Alors, il y a une petite manip à faire sur l'ordi. Il faut aller...
Ah, c'est là qu'il faut appuyer. Merci.
Si c'est un PowerPoint et que vous voulez le mode présentation, il y a une petite manip à faire.
Alors, c'est un PDF.
C'est un PDF, il faut descendre devant, il faut...
Il n'y a rien ici, là.
PC pupitre.
Non, c'est le boîtier, là.
Il faut sortir de...
Ah, mais c'est le boîtier.
Encore. Voilà, PC pupitre.
C'est le son, quand même, d'accord.
Pour lui, pour le l'enregistrement.
Fais gaffe. C'est sur que tu diffuses. Diffuse dans le streaming.
Alors, on met la 1.
Remets le truc.
On met quoi? On met la 2.
Non, le Guix, le PC pupitre 6.
Non, il faut le reprendre dans l'auxiliaire.
Parce que là, on est toujours sur...
Ouais.
Excuse-moi, mais...
Enfin, je sais pas ce que vous voulez faire.
Ben, balancer...
Ouais.
Voilà.
En gros, si tu veux, là, t'attends. Un vent qui va dessus, on va arrêter là-dessus. Si tu bascules sur l'auxiliaire et que tu fais des changements dans la tête, tu vas changer là-dedans. Forcément.
Et l'auxiliaire, c'est pas du tout.
C'est l'inverse, je crois, non? L'auxiliaire, c'est ça, non? Je sais pas.
Ça, c'est le master.
Ça, c'est le master.
J'ai mis en mode plein écran. Je sais pas si ça vous convient. Ok.
C'est bon.
Ça va alors. J'ai le temps de revenir.
Celle-là? Non. Ah, il y a un décompte? 3h47? Ah, c'est pas la bonne carte. C'était la carte 9?
Bah oui, c'est ça.
Par contre, tu peux lui mettre le Guix, tu vois, quand ils arrivent, c'est qu'elle est en pleine forme, tu peux lui remettre ça. Oui, quand ils arrivent, quand ils s'installent, tu vois. Ah, quoique, non. Non, c'est bien. Non, c'est bien, c'est le Montpellier. Ouais, c'est le Montpellier, ouais, c'est bien.
Qu'est-ce qu'on fait de cette carte alors? Est-ce qu'il faut la sortir dans la test de venir pour formater l'autre? Test. Est-ce que tu pourrais venir s'il te plaît? Merci.
J'arrive.
J'ai regardé tout à l'heure, je croyais qu'il est pas. Ok, ben merci.
Hello, we're still waiting for people stuck in the restaurant, but may I invite you to get a little bit closer, if you don't mind. Good afternoon, everyone. Wow, it's really good to see everyone here. Familiar faces and new faces as well. So I'm really happy, and I guess all of us are really happy to have this event happen at last, for real. That's great. So we'll have, let me see. Does it work? No, it doesn't. Yeah, that's the usual demo effect. Yeah, okay. So we'll have a whole, well, not 3 days, a little bit less than 3 days talking about reproducibility, reproducible research, open science, high performance computing, lots of, exciting topics, right, that many of us have been working on for some time. We'll be talking a lot actually about tools, so about Guix in particular, but also about other tools, for example, Binder, GitLab, Jupyter, yeah. Docker even, yeah. I think one of the things we wanted to do with this event is to have quite, a diverse set of approaches, diverse set of backgrounds from speakers and tutorial facilitators. So we wanted, well, first we wanted to have actual tutorials so that you can actually get something out of the event. You can go back to your lab or to your workplace and actually put some of these things in practice. And we also wanted to make sure we had a variety of different angles on these topics of reproducibility, HPC, and so on and so forth. And in particular, in this room, there are system administrators, there are scientists, researchers, engineers, and so I think this is great that we are able to talk together, I said we're going to talk a lot about tools because we like tools, and some of us are even a little bit geeks, I should say. We will have an optional Guix install party tonight led by Simon. For those of you who would like to install Guix on their laptops, so you don't have to, but that's something you can do if you want. Do you want to say something? Just a few words, because I guess we're getting late.
Mainly Guix on the top of Linux distribution, so then you can follow the hand-on session, or we can speak about Guix system if you want to.
All right. Yes. So let me present you the dream team that brought to you this event. So this is the 5 of us. The first person here is Alexandre, whom everyone has met here. I think we owe him a round of applause because, yeah, Alexandre has been taking care of all things locally, plus budget issues, lots of things that will make this event particularly enjoyable, I think. And we have other people who also did a lot of work on this thing. So we have Céline here. We have Simon, Pierre-Antoine, and myself, Ludovic. So this is the dream team, but there's actually a second dream team, which I just met this morning. So we have a video team here with Tess doing all the work here. And we have somewhere in the back Fabien, Jérôme, and Philippe showing their hands. So this event is actually live streamed, which is really great. And thank you to Institut Agro for making it possible. We have talks, but not tutorials, are going to be recorded as well. So one practical issue, please note that there will be wide-angle views of the audience. So if you don't want your face to be on the video, please, I don't know, maybe move to the back of the room, I would say. Something like that. And likewise, if people ask questions, there may be close-ups of people asking questions. So if you do not want to be filmed, yeah, I don't know. We'll find a way. All right, what else do I have to say? Yes, so you have seen probably that we have lots of very nice things, again, to make this event enjoyable. We have nice t-shirts, we have free meals, we have lots of things. And all this would have been impossible without our primary sponsor here, which is ISDM, the Institut de Sciences des Données de Montpellier, Data Science Institute of Montpellier. So I guess we owe them a round of applause. And we can also thank the other sponsors of this event. So Institut Agro, which is hosting this event, providing us access to this very lovely place. And we have INRIA Academy and the EuroCC2 project also providing additional financial support, plus, yeah, being very supportive in general. So thank you, everyone. Just as a reminder, you may have seen that we have a code of conduct for this event. So essentially, there is an excerpt from the code of conduct here. We want to make sure this is a harassment-free experience for everyone. So if you haven't taken a look yet, you can check the code of conduct on the webpage of the event. If you witness any problem of any kind, you can talk to Céline or to Alexandre here or to myself, and we will act accordingly. All right, practical information, important information, right? Food and coffee. So we do have free food. I guess some of you already had free lunch over there at the restaurant close to here, the student restaurant at Institut Agro. You've probably seen this map on the website. So for those of you who haven't been to the restaurant yet, it's very close to here. I almost got lost when I went there, but it's actually doable. And since we're quite a few people, we should be able to manage, I guess. Yeah, free lunch and coffee is going to be downstairs here. Yeah. Tomorrow evening, we'll have the so-called informal yet fancy gala dinner, as you might have seen. If you have not registered yet for the dinner, you can still do so, and please make sure to fill out the form that we sent you by email, so you can choose your menu in advance, so it's, you know, smoother once we get there. Did I forget anything in this area? No? All right. This is free dinner, I should say, again, thanks to our sponsors. All right, and I guess this is it. I guess I didn't forget anything, so it's about time to start with our first session. As you can see, we're already a little bit late. Yes. We have this nice design that you've seen on t-shirts. This is a design by Luis Felipe, whom you may know from other activities in the Guix project. And so thanks to Luis Felipe for helping out. Yeah. All right, so now is the time to start with our first session, which I'm actually going to chair, and Konrad is going to be the first speaker. So Konrad is our first speaker from this session. Konrad Hinson is a biophysicist at CNRS and Synchrotron-Soleil in France. He has a lot of experience with scientific software in general and Python in particular, right? And you may already know his name for his work around reproducible research workflows. And he's going to tell us why we should care about our environments.
Yes, thank you for the introduction, and thanks to the organization team who has done a lot of work before we could actually all come here and enjoy this event. So thanks for inviting me, and sorry for not yet having met my uniform. I mean, I got this nice T-shirt, but I just didn't have time to change. So it's not that I'm not convinced. It's I'm with you. This is my sect. So. Turn this a bit. Maybe I can use this one as well. Yeah. Okay, well, the title of my presentation is kind of inspired by a phrase I had on many of my slides in the past in similar events, where I basically said, what is a software environment? It's a software you don't care about. And this is the problem of reproducibility, that you say, oh, well, I care about my code, and then there's all the other stuff. Well, yeah, I'll do whatever it takes to get this running, and then let's get on with business. So, yeah, I said, well, let's expand on this and say, well, what are our environments? What should we do for them? What can they do for us? And I started looking at the dictionary, said, well, what's an environment? It's not worth really reading this. It's a mess. And if you get several dictionaries, you get different definitions, and they're all kind of vague of it's stuff around you. Well, it doesn't help much. I said, well, if the dictionary is so vague, then I can have my own definition. So for today, this is my view of what an environment is, how an environment is distinguished from other things in our life. So I divide the world, in whatever world I'm looking at, into 3 spheres, with myself in the middle. Around me, what I call individual others. It's people, things, software, whatever I interact with directly on a one-by-one basis. And then the outer sphere is collective others, and that's the environment. That's everything that I kind of interact with, but as a mass, as something like the landscape, the collection of software in my computer, stuff which is matters which I know exists, but which I can't really decompose into individual pieces and name them and have an individual relation with them. So you'll see many of these pictures. I'm not claiming that there's anything particular to this 3-circle division. You could sometimes argue for 4 or 5. It's not really the point. I'm not trying to say that this is a fundamental worldview. It's just the perspective I'm adopting for today. So some examples, you could say, well, in your work environment, your immediate context is the team you're a part of. And then beyond that, there's a community of practice where there's lots of people who we probably don't know individually. You can do that at a wider level of society. Then your immediate sphere is friends, family, neighbors, whatever. And then there's something like society. That's the case where you would probably have a few intermediate layers, but doesn't matter. You can take this at a species level and say, well, there's us humans, and around us is domestic animals, our crops, our gardens, the plants and animals we care about. And then there's a biosphere. It clearly matters, but if you follow the news, you see that we don't really care much for it. A bit about, not much for it. So that's a nice illustration of the problem. And this is probably what most of you had in mind when we saw environments on the title of this event. Computational environments, I have my code in the middle, the stuff I want to do, I've written myself or run myself. It has some direct dependencies I'm probably aware of, and then there's indirect dependencies, all the stuff like C compilers. If you're not a C programmer, why do you care about a C compiler? Well, somewhere in your chain there probably is one. And that is the environment. So, why should you care about your environments? Well, their environments have an impact on you and your work. That tends to be profound and invisible. The invisible is the problem. You're not really aware of it. But it is quite profound, and I'll give a couple of examples later on. So you should definitely care about your environments because, well, you kind of have to. Sooner or later, otherwise you run into nasty problems such as irreproducibility. Awful. So, some examples. You can see yourself in a team as part of a wider community, but it's actually the community that defines the roles in your teams. So I guess there are some people in this room who would call themselves research software engineers. It's a rather new label, and that has been defined by your community. You haven't picked it yourself. Huh? It's somebody else who said, okay, let's define a new role. It's even more clearer at the level of society or laws and conventions. How you should greet your neighbors. All this is social conventions that come from a wider society. You absorb them as a child. You're not aware of them, but, well, they matter. They have an impact on your life. And in our computational environments, it's typically things like compilers and interpreters, things that unless you write code yourself, you just run stuff. Unless you write code yourself, you never see them, but they're there and you need them. Why should you care for your environments? It's not quite the same as caring about, right? You should care for your environments because what you do has an impact on your environment and worse, on other people's environment. And this impact actually, this grows with the size of the team or community you're part of. So if you're part of a rather big community that is Guix, that can be quite important. If people in the Guix community listen to you and then do what you say, then that has quite a bit of an impact. And that means you have an impact on your environment, on the environment of others, so you should care for your environments. Now, examples, what you do, your behavior, your actions in a community as an inspiration for others and constraints for others. So the first line is the principle of grassroots movement. So you may be just one person, but if others watch what you do and imitate you, then this has an impact. And in the software business, it's if you adopt a library, well, people who you talk to, they will probably adopt the same, and then you have an impact on them. So it matters. Your choices matter beyond your immediate work. So I'll go into some detail in one kind of environment. It happens to be the one which I think most people associate with the label software environment. I'll later talk about another kind of software environment. So this not software environment is already, can be interpreted in different ways. I tend to call these computational environments, but yeah, it's labeled, doesn't matter. So one particularity compared to other environments is that they're actually mostly foundations. So you think of environment of things around you, while software environments are below you, below your feet. So this is a typical software stack in scientific computing. So on the bottom you have your computer, the hardware. On the next level you have an operating system. Again, it's typically something that arrives on your desk as is without any action of your part. And then you have non-scientific general infrastructure, scientific infrastructure. The examples don't really matter, they're from my field. And then at some point you get to domain-specific tools, that the tools you're working with, and then you have your own code, your project-specific code. So the typical division would be like that. So up the top level is my code for my research project. The layer below is my tools, the stuff I work with. I know them, I know how to use them, I've read the manuals, I know who develops them, and so on and so on. And then down below, this is, well, yeah, my environment, or as I said, it's rather my foundation. Now, this is in practice, it's not these neat layers, right? This is the nice drawing that you make for people. Reality is a bit messier. It looks a bit like this. So you build this up not layer by layer, but brick by brick, and you have to pick them into exactly the right place. I think it's not a coincidence that Tetris was invented by a software developer. I think there is something behind this. And then there's the problem of this, since it is a foundation. So if your environment is there, you can say, well, if it changes, it doesn't matter. But if it's there, well, you're standing on fragile ground. And there's always a risk of collapse, as nicely illustrated by the XKCD comics. So this small, I don't know if I have a pointer here. Probably yes. But, well, it doesn't matter. So an illustration. Everybody here knows Python, right? Everybody knows Python. Come on, you can't say no. So what is the result of this program? So I'm creating a data set. I have a list of 3 points, and I do a loop over these points, and I take those where the x coordinate is positive, and add this to my data set, add the y coordinate to my data set, and then I ask for the average. So, well, x positive, it's the first and the last. That means y is 1 and 4. 1 plus 4 is 5, divided by 2 is 2.5. Do you agree? No protests? Sorry, the right answer is that result depends on data which we are importing. There's strictly no computation in Python in this thing. It's all calls to libraries. If you don't know what the library is doing, then you say, okay, you're trusting that the word average means what you think it means. Yeah, software always does what you think it does, right? So let's have a look at datalib. See, that initializes a data set. Empty list, okay, then you add a value. Oh, adding a value actually doesn't add a value. It replaces the list by the last value. So that looks like a bug. Okay, well then, let's go back. It's only the last point that enters. So the result of this is actually 4. It's a bug, but the result is 4. You agree? Actually, it depends because it's 4. Integer 4 if you're running Python 2, but it's floating point 4 if you're running Python 3. This code works in both Python 2 and Python 3. The result is not the same. So you see, you really have to go down in your stack to understand what your program is really doing. So summarizing this gives you this. So if you have your whole blob of bytes in your computer's memory, what you care about most is the top layer. It's your data. Observations I did, very expensive data, very important scientific stuff, and I'll get a Nobel Prize for interpreting this. This is what you care about. For your computer, it's just zeros and ones, right? Doesn't matter. The meaning, the interpretation of this data is done by the program you run. And the interpretation of the program is done by the environment. And that was what I was just illustrated with a very simple Python script. So if you don't care about your environment, then your environment cares about you, so that it will take care of you. Well, just to be complete, a computation environment is not just foundations. There's other stuff, and it's mostly network resources. Nowadays, it's becoming more and more important. And so if you advertise here that Guix does reproducible software environments, that's always excluding the network part. I mean, we haven't yet found a way to put the servers into a container and ship them somewhere else for the future. And you could theoretically have devices, physical devices, such as physical random number generators, but this is really exceptional nowadays, so it's not a practically important thing. Okay, let's switch environment. Another kind of environment that is around our computations. It's a scientific environment. So the scientific environment is, at the core, there's a formal system. That's a rule I come to. The formal system is used in a research project, and the research project happens in a scientific domain, which is your environment. So what's a formal system? Roughly, it's a set of rules for mechanically manipulating symbols. You have fixed rules. You have symbols in, symbols out. Bits, for example, a computer, typically it's bits, but you can use characters, it doesn't matter. Any kind of symbols would do. And there's no interpretation. For a computer, that's really, the formal system is just bits in, bits out. It's up to you to say what they mean. So examples of simple formal systems would be 16-bit strings with integer arithmetic. I'm saying integer arithmetic. In reality, it's just rules for manipulating bits. So it's my interpretation that these are integers. Same for IEEE floating point. That's a more complicated formal system for a more complicated set of numbers, but it's the same kind of business. Any processor's instruction set and its data types would also be a formal system. Any programming language, but most importantly, any program you run on a computer, including your latest data analysis, it's kind of formal system. And that's why we're using it. I mean, it's the power of computation in science is that they are formal systems. You can run them anytime again. You know how they work, you can analyze them, you get always the same result, and this is why reproducibility in computation matters, because if you lose it, you no longer have a formal system. You have something that is a mixture of several formal systems which you don't know exactly, and then it's a mess. So the scientific environment comes into play here, because that's actually where the interpretation happens. And that's the trap you fell into with my Python example, because in the scientific environment, the word average means something. And we transfer this meaning to the program. But for the computer, the word average is just a string of letters. It has absolutely no meaning at all, other than what you've defined the function average to do. So this is why the scientific environment is at conflict. It's a different perspective than the computational one. And we tend to mix them up, and that leads to trouble. And another thing which is at this environment interface level is software. Well, now I use software as a term for a dynamic artifact, a human-authored artifact that evolves over time, that gets bug fixes and extensions and so on and so on and so on. And again, this happens between the scientific domain and your research project, and it is used in your formal system, but, well, this changes. So the problem with software actually is that there's 3 different perspectives on scientific software, and we tend to mix them or not clearly distinguish them, and that's when things get confused. First of all, and that's the main perspective that most people adopt, is that software is a tool for doing science. And being a tool for doing science, it evolves with your scientific environment. New discoveries means new changes to your tools, new methods, and so on. And it also evolves with its computational environment. If you have to port it from HP, Unix to Linux, because HP doesn't make any workstations anymore. So it evolves by necessity with the computational environment. But software is also an expression of scientific knowledge. Nowadays, many scientific methods, and data analysis, for example, exist in no other form than as a computer program. So that also evolves with scientific environments. But it should ideally not depend on the computational environments, and that's something we don't know how to do that yet. So that's one of the reasons why reproducibility is such a topic of discussion. Because there's people who say, it's okay, we improve our software, we improve our data analysis, the results are different, that's how it should be, that's progress. Okay, but it should not change when you change your computer, and for now it does. And lastly, as I've said, software becomes an ingredient of a computation, but a computation is a formal system, fixed rules, they should be fixed and should be reproducible, and then you don't want anything to evolve at all. Now that we know how to do, a computation basically uses a snapshot of software. So you want to have a snapshot of software and of its environments, and that's what we have nice tools for nowadays like Guix. But there's still not, everybody has recognized that what we use in a computation is a snapshot, and that we need to take care of our snapshots of the complete environment. And of course, yeah, the snapshots have to be reproducible, and for the same reason. Okay, I come to another kind of software environment, and that's actually, when I saw the title, it was my first association of software environment. It wasn't actually because actually what I've discussed until now, it's actually boring because we know how to deal with it. We just have to do it. Okay, that's tough. I'm not saying it's trivial, but for me and from my perspective as a scientist, it's a solved problem. It just has to be done. I'm a theoretician, you realize it immediately. A theoretician says, in principle, this is well understood, solved, so just do it. But there's the issue of software environment, where software is not what you run at a certain point in time, but is the software that you need to interact with over your career, over a research project. And that's not necessarily software you run. That can be software that is run by your colleagues and whose results you have to reuse and this kind of stuff. So the spheres are basically, I'm there in my domain of work. Around me, I have immediately the software I'm familiar with, software I use myself, or I know how to operate or to compile, whatever. And then there is software in a wider circle that is kind of relevant for me, but I'm not familiar with it. I may not have heard of it, or I may have heard the name, but don't know exactly how it works, what it does, how it compares to others, and so on and so on and so on. But I'm impacted by it. I can't ignore it. So there we have a kind of what I call this a tool environment. And that's an occasion to cite a famous quote by Marshall McLuhan. You've certainly heard it before. We shape our tools, and then our tools shape us. Now, environments are tools, so we shape our environments, and then our environments shape us. Small correction, it's actually not by McLuhan. It's often attributed to him, but it's actually by John Calcul, who put this into a book he wrote in 1967. Now, John Calcul is completely unknown, but he was a friend and close collaborator of Marshall McLuhan, and that's probably how the attribution got mixed up. So our tools shape us is actually something which we are hardly aware of, and nevertheless quite important. If you think the natural way to run a piece of software is in a Linux environment, this is because you grew up with this. There's plenty of other ways a computer could work, but that's the way we have inherited and we have come used to, and that shapes the way we work. Yep. And again, there's software is a mixture of technical and social environments, and the two are related. I'll cite two directions again of relation that happens here. The first one is again pretty well known in the software world. It's known as Conway's law. This is the original formulation by Mel Conway from 1967. It's actually not about software, it's about systems, but he later quoted it again and again in the context of software. It basically says that the design of any design system is a copy of the communications architecture of the social system that produced it. And once you think about it, it seems pretty obvious that this should happen this way. But yeah, well, it means that when you set up an organization, you indirectly define the software to produce. That can work both ways if you do it well. An illustration for the impact in the other sense, in which I think is even more important for what I'm going to say later, is a book by Ivan Illich, who's a philosopher, Ivan Illich, who published a book in 1973, which is called Tools for Conviviality. This is a very harsh criticism of industrial society. So if you listen to him, you should stop doing science, basically. So we are among the evil people if you look at it. I mean, I think he's going a bit too far, otherwise I wouldn't be here. But I think there's a very important and very interesting definition in this book. There's a scale he defines for tools which at one end is convivial tools and the other end are radical monopolies. Now, neither term is clear, evident. The whole book is not exactly easy reading. A convivial tool is his own definition. And he says convivial tools are those that empower the user. These are tools that single people, individuals, or small groups can manage completely. That is, they can use them, they can adapt them to their needs, they can use them for other things. They don't need anybody's authorization or permission or instruction for that. And at the other end is the radical monopoly. So a monopoly is, we all know in economy, is typical in the market situation, but a single vendor for a product who has a monopoly can dictate the market. A radical monopoly, as Illich defines it, is something similar, but at the level of tools and technologies. A technology that is a radical monopoly is something that you can't not use, not easily at least. And the examples he cites are, for example, cars and transportation. That cars have become so dominant as a means of transportation that if you want to lead a lifestyle where you do everything by walking, you actually can't. Because, well, you can't work on a highway, the distances are too high for walking nowadays. So it says, so the existence and the predominance of cars has taken away from us the possibility to move on our feet. Or on bicycles, it doesn't matter much. So these are the extremes, but there's of course a lot in between. And nowadays, I think things like computers and web browsers are almost radical monopolies. You can hardly work without smartphones, almost the same. This morning at the train station, we basically told that if you want to know how to get to the bus line number 6, then you have to install the application TAM. And apparently this depends on YouTube, so that's, I don't know, it's a funny story. So we have lots of these radical monopolies, or almost, in our environment. Something, when you talk about environments, another famous word is sustainability. And there's some nice contradiction I noted at some point. You switch on the TV and people talk about sustainability in the terms of our natural environment, and you basically get the messages such as unlimited growth is not sustainable. But if you look at the word sustainability in the context of scientific software, the discussion is always at the opposite end. People battle for software to be sustainable by getting enough means and enough support and enough staff and so on. Because if a dynamic project is underfunded or understaffed, it will disappear. Both are right. Huh? Sustainability happens in between the two. And there's a nice picture for economy by economist Kate Raworth. You may have heard about this. She has found a nice term and drawing of a donut economy. I would have preferred bagel economy because donuts are too sweet, but yeah, that doesn't matter. It's my personal taste. So this is the typical drawing. So a healthy economy is in between these two spheres. If you drop below the sphere, then things don't work anymore. And if you grow beyond, then you go beyond the limits of your environment. And this is something that is true in software as well, and I don't hear people talk much about it. I hear people talk about the underfunded, understaffed, but there's also the other direction, and this also happens. And I think there's also a question that software projects and people working on them should ask themselves, ideally regularly from time to time, revisit these things. Are we empowering our users? So that may be your goal, but do you really do? What is your feedback from your users? Are they happy? If they bombard you with questions about, I don't understand this, then they're not empowered, they are slaves. And that would be Ivan Illich's point of view, roughly. What is our user-developer ratio? Because if it is very, very large, that means that you probably have tons of users for which your software is in their environment and they hardly know you exist. But your work impacts them more than the other way around. So are we part of some users' environments in the sense that they are using our software without being aware of it or without knowing much about it? Also in the other direction, are our dependencies sustainable? Can we be sustainable if our dependencies aren't? I would say no. So are our dependencies sustainable? And then you can also ask in time, will our code one day be considered good legacy software? Because it will become legacy software, right? I mean, it will not be forever until the end of the universe. It will not be up-to-date modern software. At some point, it will be legacy software that someone has to deal with. Do you do something to make sure that your code will be good legacy software? So what I'm basically thinking we should try to adopt is a shift from the industrial mindset that is really dominating the software industry, and from which we have inherited, because this is our environment as well. We have inherited plenty of assumptions which may not be good for us, but for scientific software. But we've inherited them and we repeat them, and we probably think they can't do it in any other way. And I think we should shift to a more ecological mindset, where you don't go for growth but for sustainability, not necessarily for efficiency but more for resilience, and where you replace competition by co-opetition. Not going into details here. You can look it up in Wikipedia if you haven't seen the word before. And I'll offer a cautionary tale, scientific Python, as I don't know if Ludo, if you said in the introduction, if you mentioned Python, because you had seen that I was going to talk about it, but I think this is an interesting story, and it's also one I know very well because I was in this small group, the Matrix SIG, in 1995. The people we were 5 initially, and then it grew rather quickly. The group that said, okay, let's do Python for science to empower scientists so that they can write their own code without being dependent on others to do it for them. That was the goal. Like I was there. I'm sure that was the goal. 5 years later, we were already quite big as a group, quite diverse, and there was the inevitable thing. Now we must grow. We must grow to become sustainable. We must grow to ensure our funding, enough collaborators. And it was clear at that point, we had reached the point of where the number of users per developer was so large that we had more feature requests that we could handle. And there was clearly a problem of not enough people doing the work. And the idea was then, let's win over MATLAB users. MATLAB was the big enemy. It was a commercial program, expensive and old-fashioned or whatever. And of course, with that, it was almost a missionary thing, kind of, let's liberate MATLAB users. So it was really kind of, let's do something great for the world. In retrospect, this is a form of aggression, right? No, but these MATLAB users didn't ask us to liberate them. They were happy. Some were not, and they came to us. But some were perfectly happy. They didn't want to be liberated. I make a jump to 2015. There was already something called an ecosystem. I don't like the term ecosystem because it's not really what people elsewhere in ecology call an ecosystem, but that's a minor quibble. And I said, hey, look, Google and Facebook are building on our code. We are successful. We have made it. And then 2023. This is a tweet from just a few days ago, November 2nd. A big concern was raised. Python is changing so fast. It's getting less stable to use, and for scientific applications, this has become a big problem. If you look up that on Mastodon and look at the discussions afterward, plenty of people say, yeah, me too. We are freezing Python versions. Please don't update to 3.12. It has completely broken the build system. So it was really a lot of echo, and these were all people who are not, these are not people like me or most people I talk to, who write their own Python scripts for their own work, but not much more. These are people who are working on projects which have been around for 5 to 10 years and have something like 10 to 50 collaborators. So, and they say, we can't handle it anymore. Python is moving too fast. And the problem is, look, Google and Facebook are building on our code. Yeah, it's good for Google and Facebook. They have the means to do that. But it's no longer it's no longer empowering scientists to write their own code. It's done. So scientific Python is no longer the tool of choice for small-scale science. You can't just handle it anymore. Okay, that was my cautionary tale, and I'll end with an outlook, a more peaceful outlook of how I see the future in reproducible environments, which is more to the core topic of this event. And I'll take the perspective of cybernetics, which is a field of study that has started with this book of the same title, 1948 by Norbert Wiener, which is about control. Cybernetics is really control. Control systems, control how control happens in systems. And it says in the animal and the machine. That was a very innovative idea at the time to consider that machines and living things could have something in common. I think they overdid it at some point, but that's another story. So a short reminder of how we build computational environments over time in the 1960s, 1970s, and for a while to come. You do installing packages afterhand. It's a Tetris thing. You have an assembly of software. You add another one. You do what configure, make, install, or whatever else. You're running a build system by hand. And from the 1990s, this was done by support software. So then you would do something like apt install, but it would still be, you have your personal environment and you add packages one by one. This principle didn't change, it was just with a support tool. And then since the 2010s, roughly, you just define an environment and have it built for you, completely reproducible by support for software such as Guix, Shell, and so on and so on. This is how I recommend people should do this nowadays. And this whole thing, this is in cybernetics called the meta-system transition. So you can put this into your grant proposal. So you want to work on the meta-system transition for software environments. It will certainly give you some good points. Meta-system transitions were introduced by Valentin Turchin in 1977 in his book, The Phenomenon of Science, which basically says that science is the result of a meta-system transition. Well, it's a funny book in a way. And here you can look it up at the website of the Principia Cybernetica, which is a dictionary or kind of encyclopedia of cybernetics. So the idea is that you have elements which are kindly more or less independent, and then the meta-system transition adds a control layer on top of that, which kind of coordinates or whatever. The kind of control can be variable. And so Guix clearly orchestrates software for us. So Guix is clearly the C in this thing. It's clearly a control layer, right? So let's go through the levels of control in software and then extrapolate for the future. So the elementary things is if you've seen old manual calculators, there's a machines where you can tap on the plus button and it does an addition. So this was the kind of elementary thing. It's performing things like additions. And then the first control layer is actually processors, computing, stored program processors, machine code nowadays. So the process instruction set that controls elementary operations. The next level is compilers. You write in a high-level language, and this orchestrates whatever it takes to generate the machine code and run it for you. And then you have build systems. They supervise compilation and do linking steps and take care of dependencies and this kind of stuff. And then you have the package manager that orchestrates software builds. So every level controls the layer before it in my list. So we are now there, right? We have, as I would say, reproducible environments are the final step of that, because the end result now is a well-defined entity, a reproducible environment. It's not some extent of history as in the earlier ways. So in a sense, this is really just the completion of the meta-system transition, in the sense that now we have full control over software environments. So what's next? I'll say next is we are starting a second cycle. So now we have reproducible computations and reproducible environments as elementary operations. They do the job that the addition on your manual calculator does. And now we can automate this, right? So we have containers are the equivalent of machine opcodes, clusters and grids are our hardware, and disk storage or working memory. We're doing this at one level up. And then the second cycle, programs are actually workflows. And if you look at workflows today, they are as messy and rudimentary as compilers were in the 1970s. So if you see a workflow as a program at the level where the elementary operations are software environments, I say, yeah, that's what they do, but there's a lot of room for improvement, right? And I think in 10 years, the 10th workshop on, this is the first, right? The 10th workshop on reproducible environments will probably be about how can we orchestrate environments via workflows in a way that we can coordinate multiple workflow managers and compose them and have things run automatically on different hardware configurations and so on. And I think this is probably what we'll talk about in the years to come. And that's what I have to say for today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And we have time for questions. Any questions in the audience? Don't be scared. Should I start with the first one? Have you seen a change in how people in your domain actually deal with their software environment over the last decade, I would say?
Well, in my immediate environment, well, it depends. In my original environment of biomolecular simulations, no. I think there's people, I think by now everybody has discovered APT. So people don't compile their stuff themselves anymore. But nowadays, the problem is my environment has shifted over the last 10 years, because I would say I spend at least half my time nowadays on working on teaching and discussing reproducibility issues. And the people I met in this environment, yes, their habits have changed, yes. So there's people who are aware of the issues have changed their habits. And the problem is the others. The people who are not here are the problem, so basically. Yeah.
Thank you. Questions? Yes.
Hi. So you mentioned in the last slide about building layers on top of layers. So should we happily accept these layers, or should we resist more and more layerification of the computing stack?
Well, it's a very good question, because the point of view of cybernetics is this happens. You don't undo a metasystem transition. But this is not necessarily fully true, and whatever. You could easily imagine, say, merging layers in here. You want everything that the layers do, but you don't necessarily need 4 layers for that. The question is, can you go back? I'm skeptic. I think I would like a world in which this would be possible, but I think software never dies, right? I think that's one of the main mistakes I hear people in software engineering think we can start from scratch. You can do that if you're a researcher in a research project, you can start from scratch and write your own compiler and write everything from new. In reality, there's still COBOL code being run. And everybody has announced the death of COBOL for 40 or 50 years, I don't know, no, maybe not. But as long as I've been using computers, COBOL was old-fashioned, outdated, and it's going to die soon. There's still COBOL compilers, you can buy them, and COBOL programmers are about the best paid in the world. So, and this is true for almost everything else. At some point, in the good old Twitter days, when Twitter was still fashionable, there was a discussion at some point, there was an open discussion about what kind of software technology has actually disappeared, in the sense that nobody uses it for any productive use anymore. And we had a hard time coming up with this. I suggested PL1. It was a programming language made by IBM for mainframes. And someone found me that there is actually a PL1 compiler for PCs, and it compiles to Java bytecode. And so, there's a company that sells it as customers and the support, and so it's probably not dead. And nobody could actually come up with something that had definitely disappeared. Except for very small. There's small technologies that appear and disappear 2 years later. But whatever has been around for 20 years is probably going to be around forever. And I don't think we'll ever get rid of these layers. So again, be careful. Guix is one layer in here. We'll never be able to get rid of it. So be careful what you do to Guix.
Thanks.
Any other questions?
You said that the tools fall on a scale between the convivial,
yes, it's scale, yeah.
And then radical monopolies.
Yes.
Does adding more levels of control and more layers run the risk of shifting tools that are leaning more towards being convivial tools, towards being tools for the elites?
Yes, definitely, because every layer is more complicated than the layer before. I mean, I've seen a large part of this history myself. I actually, my very first computer was, I actually it already had BASIC, but I did machine level programming on it. And this was in 1982, quite a while ago. At that time, I knew everything. I knew the complete processor instruction set. That was a book like that. I'd read it, and it was not complicated. I had read and decomposed with friends in a group, of course. We had completely disassembled the operating system. Everything, we knew everything. We used it. We had modified it and fixed it ourselves. So in a sense, the home computer I had in 1982 was convivial technology. It was not easy. Not everybody would do it. But a single person, a single high school student, and even better, a group of 5 high school students, they could do anything with it. We changed the hardware. Everything was, the chips were documented. There was nothing proprietary in there. And nowadays, nowadays, I mean, writing a Guix passage, I have to go to Montpellier to learn it, so it's not the same level. Yeah.
One last question, maybe? Yes.
guess just keeping on with this question of conviviality of software, like you just right before you cited this phrase is that the tools, we shape the tools shape us. So isn't also conviviality of software something that depends on us and on education and other kinds of how we organize socially?
Definitely, yes.
And how do we take that into account?
Definitely, yes. And I think that's one of the crucial points in the history of computers where this happened is there was a line of development for personal computing, empowering people. The most visible example and the best known example is Smalltalk. If you look at the papers from the Xerox group around LNK at the time, the idea was it was to be a tool for children. They're supposed to play their own games and modify the rule of their games while they play. There's a paper by LNK with a picture of two children sitting on a beach, each with a computer in their hand, doing some video game and sending each other updates to the program to change the rules. That was the goal. The goal was to have a complete system, and you see it later in the history of the development of Smalltalk of the days. There are papers saying there should not be an operating system. It's too complicated. Everything, the whole software environment in a computer should be completely accessible in source code to people so they can modify it. And this whole line of development was abandoned, and not because it didn't work, it was simply the goal was abandoned. There was a big shift, and it was at a time, I mean, this is in the mid-1970s. These people had computers that were, at the time, they had 10 or so were ever built for them. This was very expensive equipment that people didn't have outside. And what happened then is that computers became a lot cheaper, became mass market items, and nowadays, software is completely dominated by the idea of a software industry. The idea is that software is written by a specialist for a user. So the idea that people could write their own software modified has been completely abandoned because it doesn't fit into the worldview we have today. And I think we should rediscover it. I'm not saying we should go back to the 70s, no, because I mean, there has been real progress since then. But I think we should go back to this goal of developing computers and software environments, in particular for researchers in science. We should go back to the goal of having computational environments for scientists that a normal scientist can manipulate completely without having to, depending on a huge set of a huge JavaScript framework, they don't really understand the details, or without having to go to learn a scheme dialect to manage their software, or other things like that. I think we should go back to the goal. That's a social question, purely social question. I mean, are we willing to invest effort to reach this goal? I hope we will, but for now the answer is no.
I hope so as well. Well, thank you. Thanks again for this inspiring talk. Let me call our next speaker, Miguel, on stage. Right, so Miguel Colom is our next speaker. Miguel has been working on image processing and general AI, among other things. And like our previous speaker and our next speaker, he's also been very involved in open science and reproducible research. And he's going to tell us about how we can come up with good research, reproducible research practices.
Okay,
it's yours.
Thank you. So yes, I'm gonna give you some recommendations that actually I'm not inventing. So this comes from our experience in a journal that we started in my lab a long time ago. So it's almost 15 years of experience now. So okay, I will tell you some of the practices that I think that are good practices. You will tell me if you think so or not. Maybe you disagree. But it's the practices that we think that allow for better software, or at least reproducible software. So I will start maybe with some boring definitions, but I think it is mandatory before the recommendations because, okay, at least we need to understand what we are talking about. So these definitions come from a famous paper by ACM, or this report, the ACM Artifact Review and Badging, and it is version 1. So I'm insisting that version 1 because these definitions depend on the version of the paper. So you'll see that sometimes reproducibility and replicability, the meaning of those two, sometimes are exchanged. So I will tell you about the last definition that I think is the most accepted now, and we hope that it will stay forever like this or for a long time. So, okay, first we have repeatability, so no doubts on that. So it means that you're able to perform an experiment as many times as you need. Okay, you have a computer program, so you can compile it and run it and run it and run it again as many times as you wish. So no doubts on that. Then you have reproducibility and replicability. So normally we understand reproducibility like I have my source code, I give it to you. So I have some results that I have obtained with my source code. You run my source code and you obtain other results. And we compare the results, and hopefully they will be the same, maybe bit by bit or equivalent. Oh, okay, so this is reproducibility. Then you have also replicability. So the idea of replicability is that I'm not giving you my source code. I'm giving you a description of my method. So typically in computer science, it means that I'm giving you a pseudocode. So you read my pseudocode and you try to re-implement the thing and you obtain some results. And if it's the experiment, it's replicable, this procedure is replicable, you will obtain the same or equivalent result. Then repeatable for computer scientists, it is something very simple to obtain. We don't need to take this for granted. It's not the case always. So for us, for example, repeatable, it means that I have a neural network or anything else, and I can repeat the experiment. So I have some weights here, and I run this neural network as many times as I need, and I obtain my results. There are experiments that are not repeatable. For example, you might remember the recent detection of the gravitational waves that were detected after the measure of two big black holes. This is the kind of experiment that we cannot repeat, and we don't need to go that far to the measure of black holes. There are many experiments that we cannot repeat. Then, going back to our field in computer science, what does it mean, something reproducible? So, given that I have a detailed pseudocode, or the source code itself, I have the associated learning or initialization data and the input data, I obtain the same results or equivalent. Then, when it's not reproducible, so you can imagine that you find a scientific paper. So I will be speaking about scientific papers and research code, because this is what I do. So in a paper, so you might see that you have a pseudocode where you don't have all the details, or the initialization, maybe this is not given, or maybe even the source code is not available, or it is a neural network and you don't have the learning data, or even you are totally unable to retrain the model because the data is huge or not available. Then what happens in this situation? Well, other researchers won't be able to compare with you, and actually this is a very bad situation because you cannot be sure about the method. You cannot trust the results. This is not the good way of doing research. Though, before giving you these recommendations or good practices, let me, maybe you know this, this paper that was published in Nature. So I will quickly remind a little bit about that, because I think it's a very good example which justifies why we are doing or trying to do reproducible research. So in 2009, David Donoho, who is a statistician in the US in Stanford, he pointed out that there was a reproducibility crisis in scientific research. So Donoho and others pointed out this. Then some years later, there was the director of a pharmaceutical company in the US, Amgen, and what this director tried to do is to reproduce papers on oncology, the most important ones, specifically 53, and he failed to reproduce most of them. So 47 were not reproducible. So you have the link to the Nature papers. And then after that, Bayer in Germany tried to do the same experiment, and they found that only 1/4 of the research in cancer was reproducible. So, okay, this is pretty bad. So, just a disclaimer, it doesn't mean that these papers are false, this is not fraud. It's simply that other researchers are not able to obtain the same results. So, normally you should trust what is written in these papers or the conclusions. So, probably most of them are true, but you cannot check it. So, another disclaimer for us, and us, I mean computer scientists in general, is not that complicated in theory to reach reproducibility. For other disciplines, and I'm thinking about biology, medicine, this is way more complicated. Why? Because you cannot control the conditions exactly, or the same way we can do it. So, because of this reproducibility crisis, so in our lab we decided to, in 2009, to make our little contribution to improve reproducibility. And we started a journal that we call the IPOL Journal. And what we decided is that for us, a publication was not just the PDF. It was the PDF plus the source code plus data. So, and you cannot divide this. Your publication is the set that you cannot divide. So it means that the source code, it is also reviewed and compared to the pseudocodes in the paper, and it's executed and so on. So I will skip everything else. Then I will give you now some ideas about how to review or also how to write articles which are reproducible. And as I say, this comes from our experience from many years in IPOL. So, the first thing is that to have a reproducible article, the first thing that you need is to have a detailed procedure for the compilation and execution. Also, at least, of course, you need the source code. Then you need to know your exact environment. So if you remember the talk by Conrad, this is true. And we confirm that, yes, you need the exact environment, otherwise it is a mess. For IPOL, I can tell you that we started with code, with C, C++ code. We started with that. For many years, we only accepted this code, this kind of languages. And it worked well. It is robust. It depends on the libraries, but given that you are in the distribution and most of the time it is backwards compatible with C, C++, you don't have much trouble. Then we needed to open to other languages, of course, so it came Python. And yes, with Python, first thing that we saw is, okay, there are different versions of the libraries that, of course, they are not compatible from one version to the other. So, okay, the first solution, we will use virtual environments, and that is a good solution. It's not enough, because even if you have a virtual environment, you need to recreate this virtual environment, but the tools depend on the tools available in your distribution. So it's a stack of layers. So the virtual environment is not enough. So probably you would like to add Docker or the virtualization there. And yes, then you have it. So all this to say that, yes, you need to control your environment. And also you need to control the version of the code. So I'm speaking here about the version of the code because for a scientific journal, what you're doing is to review a specific version of the code. So of course, the program, the source code will evolve continuously. So you develop a method, you submit it to a journal, but of course you will keep working on it and improving it. So imagine that I develop a code, I put it in GitHub, I submit it to a journal. They will review this, but if the journal doesn't know which exact version they need to review, they're never sure about what they should be reviewing. So yes, the version of the code is important. Then it's not just the code, you have also data, and this data needs to be referenced, and the data sets must be public and reusable. So I guess most of you know about the FAIR principles that you apply to data. In my opinion, it is especially interesting and important to apply FAIR principles to research data. So it means that the data is findable, so you can find it in a website, let's say, accessible, so I can get there and download the data without registering, without anything that blocks me to have access directly to the data. It needs to be interoperable, so it means that if I change my system still, I will be able to use this data. It needs to be usable, and this is especially interesting for scientific research. We want to reuse this data and this software. Then the reviewer should be able to obtain the same or comparable results as in the paper, and so on. Then I cannot show you an IPOL demo now, but I will discuss on an article that was published in IPOL, which is DCT denoising. So what I will do is to give the recommendation, to show the recommendations, and to see if in this paper that was published in IPOL, this is done or not. I can advance you that yes, it is done because it has passed the review process, and the reviewers asked to do some modifications. But I think it's interesting to see a real example. So first thing that we need is, in the paper, we need a detailed procedure. So in our field, it means a pseudocode, and it must be available. And the pseudocode must describe what the code does. So must explain what the code does, not to repeat what the code is doing. So I will explain this better. So in IPOL, the reviewer will check that in IPOL or on any other reproducible journal. So first recommendations, you should not have like hidden hyperparameters. So hyperparameters that actually are very important for this code, for this method, that are not appearing in the pseudocode, but maybe are used in the actual code. You should not have like unexplained magic numbers that appear in the code but are not explained in the source code. Then another recommendation is about the names of variables and functions, that to facilitate reproducibility, it should be good. It is good that they match in the pseudocode and the actual source code. And again, it's good to have comments in both the pseudocode and the source code. Why? Because this will help the reader to understand why some operations are done. And it's important to stress this idea. That the idea is that the reader understands why something is done, not how. So this is the pseudocode of this method. So DCT denoising, it is a method for image denoising. So you put an image there, you estimate the level of noise which is in this image, and this method will remove the noise, or will try to do its best to remove the noise. So first thing, we said that we needed a detailed procedure, and yes, the IPOL paper has this detailed procedure. So first recommendation, when you are publishing a method, research paper, add pseudocodes always. Then something that I said also was that the names should match. So yes, they match in the pseudocode. This is called extract patch. It is called the same in the actual code. This is okay. Then comments to understand why some operations are done, not how. I think in this code it is okay. So if you read at the comments, they are not repeating what the actual code is doing. They are explaining why this is done. Then more recommendations is that if you have pre or post-processing steps in your code, this needs to be explained in the paper. So you explain it in the paper, and you give maybe extra pseudocode to take this into account. So I'm insisting on this because you will see that many papers in the literature, these pre or post-processing steps are actually very important for the method, but are not given. So this needs to be there if it's relevant. Then the structure of the functions in your code, or the general structure in your code, should be reflected in your source code. Sometimes this is complicated if you have some optimizations, but we'll go to that later. And very important, the source code needs to have the proper granularity, because again, the intention of the source code is help explaining why these operations are done. It's not just taking the source code and written and to write it in LaTeX. It's not that the idea. So you write it in a way that with a proper granularity helps understanding. So of course, very simple operations. Like for example, I'm writing here, if you are using a cosine or something, you don't need to describe, okay, this in the computer or in the library, this is done with a Taylor series. I mean, it doesn't make sense. That's why I'm speaking about the proper granularity. But sometimes some mathematical or technical details are very important. For example, in this article that I'm showing here, the DCT denoising, the fact that you compute this mathematical operation, which is called the DCT, the fact that the matrix associated to this DCT is orthogonal, this is very important, because with this you ensure some properties that are needed for the method. So I'm not giving the details of mathematical details of that, but depending on the, I mean, it's up to you to decide if some technicalities are important or not. So just to check the pseudocode that we can find in this DCT denoising article in IPOL, okay, I think that the granularity, it is okay. So the author, what they did is to define a function here that they call DCT, and they apply it to this other function, extract patch. So instead of writing there in pseudocode what this DCT function actually does, what they do is to refer to the paper and saying, okay, these DCT, IDCT functions are defined in these equations without needing to write in the text of something that you can find in an equation. Then in the paper, you can find these two equations. That, I mean, this is totally reproducible, so you are implementing this, but there's no need to add this to the pseudocode. Then another problem that you might find is that writing pseudocode is easy. You just write the idea, or you define the method there. Then to run it in the computer, sometimes you need to do some optimizations to parallelize it or to make it run faster and so on. The good thing is that, yes, your code will run faster, but probably you are making the source code harder to read. So the problem with that regarding reproducibility is that you might end up with a pseudocode which describes something and an actual source code which implements something that you assume it is the same, but it doesn't look the same because of these optimizations. So you are not sure about if it is the same or not. So for the reviewers, it is more complicated. So my recommendation is that if you apply any optimization, it would be good to explain why this is equivalent to what is described in the pseudocode. Okay, for this DCT denoising method, we don't have great or large optimizations, but I found that the authors did the following: is that in the pseudocode, you need to scan the image, the columns and the rows, and it is given as a double loop for X and Y. And when you implement this, there's a better way to do it because the memory is contiguous. So you can just do a copy in the memory and you'll have your matrix. So I think the authors did correctly. So they said, okay, instead of doing this, that this is what I am doing in the pseudocode, I am doing this copy, and I explain that this is actually the same. So here you don't need much explanation. You can check quickly that, yes, it is the same. Otherwise, it would be good to add more explanations there. Then more recommendations. Pseudocodes are not supplementary material, so probably they are the core of your scientific article. So they need to be referenced in the text, in the article. So if they are not referenced, you have a problem because you have an important artifact which is not referenced, so it doesn't really make sense. And you should have for each pseudocode a brief explanation explaining what the pseudocode is doing. Okay, this is some examples that, yes, you have it in the DCT denoising. Then, I think I have some time yet. I can give you some recommendations when you want to write a reproducible article. And these are general recommendations that I think most of you are following. Otherwise, I think it's good to remember these recommendations, so these good practices. The first thing is make your code available. So this might seem kind of obvious. So you should make your code available, but you would be surprised that most of the researchers are not doing that for plenty of reasons. Typically, the main reason is that they are not convinced about the quality of the code, so they prefer to hide the code to publish the paper, even if they think that it is fair. I mean, the code is correct and you obtain these results because of the quality of the code. So I would say, if you are thinking about that, Don't think like that. So it's better to release the code, even if the quality of your code is not the best. Especially if you are a scientific researcher, you are not supposed to make the best code. But it has many benefits to release the code for yourself as a researcher and for the community. So you have nowadays plenty of ways to share your code. You can put it in GitHub, you can put it in the GitLab of your lab, you have other alternatives. You have software heritage that I think most of you already know about this project. And it has very interesting features. I would say that for reproducible research, the fact that you have version tracking, it is very important because the reviewers will know exactly the version that they are reviewing. And referencing, I wrote here, easy referencing, you already have it. And very important, you have permanent archival of the code. So yeah, I think for reproducible research, even if it probably was not the main goal of software heritage, has turned into a very interesting tool for reproducible research. So data repositories, again, publish your data, make it available, make it fair for everybody to reuse your data and to try to reproduce your results and compare to you. Again, you have plenty of platforms nowadays that you can use to share your data in a fair way. So here I'm mentioning Zenodo because it's very well known. You have others, of course. Then, again, this idea appears once again, is control and describe your environment. So many ways to do that. You have Guix, that we are speaking about it today, Nix. You can use virtualization, Docker, Singularity, complete virtual machines, Terraform in the cloud, and many others. So I'm not recommending any technology, well, maybe Guix, but I mean, the most important is that in one way or the other, you need to ensure that your environment, it is controlled. It's controlled by you. Then we are speaking about data, and data is encoded in formats. So you need to ensure as much as you can that you are using standard formats and reusable formats. Not only for the code, also for the documentation and for the data. And first recommendation, avoid by all means proprietary formats. Proprietary formats are okay for today. For tomorrow, you don't know if somebody will be able to read this Word document or to compile this code with this proprietary compiler and so on. So, of course, about formats, you have thousands of different formats that are very okay for what you're doing. But for text, text format, you have CSV, binary HDF. For documentation, you have LaTeX. I'm mentioning LaTeX because it's maybe mathematics. It is mathematics and physics is standard, but okay, you have other tools, many others. So, and again, use public datasets. So if you are publishing a dataset, ensure that it's public. So it's very frustrating when you see a paper that they say, okay, this is a denoising method, for example, or anything on computer vision. And this method, it is the best. Here you are, the figures of my denoising, of my object recognition, and so on. And it is a neural network, let's say, and it was trained with this data set, which is mine, and I am not sharing, I am not publishing. So when this happens, it's like, okay, I have your paper, I need to trust your paper because there's no way for me to reproduce these results. So it's like a wet paper, you can throw it to the trash. I mean, this is not good research, so of course, if you are making a data set, which is great, so allow people to use and reuse your data set and make it fair. Then code quality. It is not directly related to reproducible research, but just for completeness, I'm adding here 2 slides with some recommendations. First one, use asserts everywhere in your code. So this will help you a lot to detect bugs as early as possible. And it's always interesting to save one execution of your program at some moment and to compare it later to see if something is changing or not, because this is something that you might be not aware of, but sometimes you change something and the result might change. So this, I would say this is a minimal thing. Of course, if you want to make it better, do automatic tests and so on. But at minimal, yeah, saving an execution and comparing is good. And again, comment your code properly. Then document your software. Again, this is the same as before. You need to explain why your code or your method is doing something, not how. You want to understand how, you just read the source code. Reading the source code won't explain you why the operations are done. And it is good that this documentation is automatic. For example, that this documentation is extracted from the source code itself. You have, for example, with C, you have a Doxygen or many other tools that you can do automatic documentation. And very important, avoid that the documentation get unsynced with the source code. So they should be the same always. Then, of course, when you release software, give a version number. So it could be that your software from version to version changes. Well, no, of course, it will change. The results might change. And others will compare to you, but they need to compare to some version. So for released software binary, it could be the version number of the product. For source code, it is a commit version, for example, or whatever you want to use. And okay, this is not really related to reproducible research, but if you have the opportunity, if you are working with others, ask others to have a look at your code and to review it, because sometimes there are things that are very badly done that you are not aware of, and other colleagues can tell you about. Then I am reusing the slides that I use with my students, and then I have the recommendations to write an article that I will simply skip. And this is almost the end of the presentation. I have some recommendations for online demos. Maybe this is perhaps a little specific to IPOL, because in IPOL, for every published method, we have an online demo, which allows the users to upload their own data and to test the algorithm. But anyway, if you have a method in IPOL or whatever, it is interesting to have an online demo so people can try quickly your method. So something that we observe is that this increases the impact of your publication, and this is obvious. So if others can compare to you, they will cite you, they will actually compare to you, and they will make you in their tables if your method is worse or better than others, and so on. So it is very important that to facilitate that other people compare to you. If you can minimize the number of parameters in your algorithm, so typically you might have many parameters, but not all the parameters are as important as others. So for a demo, minimize the number of parameters. Okay. Then general things, if you have parameters, add a short explanation about the parameters, choose the typical values of the parameters. If you allow the user to choose the value of the parameter, choose a reasonable range that they can use. And the last one is an observation that we made in IPOL, is that, yeah, you offer an online demo, but users will upload their data, they will execute the algorithm, but they won't wait long. So if your demo takes more than 30 seconds, typically they will start doing something else and will forget about it or just close it or forget. So in IPOL, what we do is that we recommend that an execution doesn't take more than 30 seconds. And with that, we observe that, yes, the demos are actually used and people make a profit of them. We can allow more, but if a demo takes 1-2 minutes, people, unless they are very, very interested in the results, don't really play with it. And results show the results in a way that the method is illustrated, so you explain why these results are important. Then a small introduction in the demo. Okay, all this is very specific to demos. I don't think it's worth to spend more time or more details on the demos. So I have some references here. The first one is, if you don't know it, is a very interesting book, which is online. That if you don't know it, I recommend that you have a look, because you will find a lot more of recommendations and some other references that are also interesting. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miguel, for the insightful talk. Do we have questions from the audience? Yes.
Do you find that the requirement to add pseudocode is controversial? I'm asking because there are many programmers who think my code is self-evident. You just read through it and you know what it's supposed to do. Do you find that there's a lot of resistance in creating that pseudocode derivation of the code?
Yes, I do confirm that there's some resistance, even in my own team. No? The engineers that I work for, which are very good, and I respect them a lot. They have sometimes told me why we should document the code if my code is easy to read, and most of the time this is true. But I think it's especially relevant for research software, and the reason why you need the pseudocode is that the actual source code, it depends on your comments. So if you really do it correctly, so explaining why the operations are done and with the proper granularity, it might be enough. However, I think in the actual source code, you have way more support code than is strictly needed to understand the method. So in my opinion, making the work of writing a source code, and it means that you're working on the granularity, on the explainability, on structuring the thing correctly, I think it has a value. Then, again, I think it depends a lot on your actual source code. I mean, if your method is very well implemented and it is small, and you have everything there, yeah, it could not be necessary. I would say, in general, I would recommend to have a source code. For some specific cases, yeah, maybe it's not that needed. Yeah.
Other questions? Yes.
Hello. Do you expect WebAssembly to be useful for the online demos, or is it already used?
WebAssembly?
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be useful. In our case, I think that by design we designed the IPOL demo system as much as minimalistic as possible, so it means that we don't rely much on external libraries, so the only libraries that we are using at this moment is jQuery, just to ensure that is cross-browser compatible. But yeah, I don't see any reason that why WebAssembly wouldn't be useful. For us, for the moment, for what we do, jQuery and some 3D libraries that standard one or robust ones that we are using seems to be enough. But yeah, probably if we wanted to do something more advanced, yeah, WebAssembly could be a good option.
Any other questions? Yes.
Thank you for this very interesting talk. I just would like to know about the software heritage ID of the snapshot of the source code. Do they are accepted by the editors of the publications? Because I observed that a lot of researchers take a snapshot of the source code from the software repository, and they create data sets on data repositories just to have a DOI identifier. So do we have to keep this practice or to switch definitively to the software heritage ID?
In my personal opinion, I think the software heritage ID is all that you need because it is complete, actually. So the DOI is a general object identifier, but I think the reason to prefer the software heritage ID is that it is specific to software. So if you are writing software and you want to reference it, I would say that by default, in my opinion, yeah, it is more adapted.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? I actually had one question, because you mentioned online demos as a recommendation. I wonder, because when you have an online demo, you cannot really know what code is being run. So you can try something, but how can you be sure that you're trying exactly what's described in the paper? What's your take on this?
Yes, I mean, yeah, it depends on the platform, how they ensure it. I can tell you what we do in IPOL to ensure it is that what the demo system does, and you can verify it in the source code of the demo system, which is free, is that once the article it is accepted, it is put publicly in the website of IPOL, and the demo system, what it does is download from the same location, compile it with the instructions that you have done it, and if there is any virtual environment or virtualization needed, it will create it with from the descriptions that you are adding in the package, and it will run it, and it will run or not. But normally it will do exactly the same as you do in your environment. Then for other platforms, yeah, for example, just to cite a very known one for CodeOcean, for example, that you can run code. I assume that they control the environment, but I cannot tell you if could be that you are running something which is not exactly in the same environment, or this I don't know. I can tell you for IPOL, but in any case, yeah, I think it is important that you ensure that what the users download, it is exactly the same that you are running in your server. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
One last question, maybe? Yes.
Hi, I'm curious what you recommend when we avoid proprietary software and formats, but our collaborators do not. Like in image processing, a lot of these researchers are using GPUs and NVIDIA proprietary tool chains. How do we make our stuff more reproducible when we're working with people who don't?
Yeah, it is a tricky question. For example, if you are using an NVIDIA GPU, I'm not sure if the proprietary driver, the source code, it is available, but it is available for the free version of the NVIDIA driver. So it is more controlled. So for example, I can go to software heritage and to see in this revision what was changed exactly. That's mainly why I recommend it. It's not because the software it is proprietary by itself. Regarding reproducibility, I would avoid proprietary software for other reasons. We would prefer free software for plenty of other reasons. For reproducibility, it's because the fact that the source code is free, and this is not typically what happens with proprietary software. You can track it, and you can be sure about what the changes are, what this library is exactly doing, if you need to know the details. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Michael.
No, thank you.
So our next speaker is Sarah Gibson, who is working as an infrastructure engineer at 2i2c, coming from United Kingdom. Sarah is contributing to a number of popular free software projects like Jupyter Hub and Binder, and you're also involved in the maintenance of the mybinder.org service, which maybe some of you used already. And so Sarah is going to tell us about how to make reproducible computational environments with Binder.
Yeah, thank you very much. Apologies if you see me looking down. I'm not really scrolling Facebook on my phone. I've got my speaker notes up, just in case that's what I'm doing there. Yeah, so hi, thank you very much for having me. Yeah, so as we just mentioned, my name is Sarah Gibson. I'm working as an open source infrastructure engineer with 2i2c, which is the International Interactive Computing Collaboration at the minute. My research background many years ago now is in astrophysics, where I did use a HPC system to run some Monte Carlo simulations, and I learned the two golden rules of a HPC is that you always steal someone else's job submission script, and thou shalt not run code on thy holy login node. I am a member of the Jupyter Hub team, which also looks after the Binder project. Part of the steering council there, and as was mentioned, I've been helping run the infrastructure that supports mybinder.org for about 4 years now, including setting up a few Federation members. I'm also a member of the team that started a project called the Turing Way, which originally began as a complete guide to reproducible research and has since expanded into 6 volumes of a book, which includes project design, collaboration, ethical research, as well as reproducibility. So yeah, that's just a bit about my background. So why do I care about reproducible research? Well, the answer is it's because it wastes my time if it's not reproducible. We spend so much time trying to install a project and get it to work and get the answer that we are supposed to get, instead of actually building on the work and progressing the boundaries of science just that little inch further forward than it was yesterday. And when I say it wastes my time, I'm not just talking about I've got someone else's paper and someone else's code and I'm trying to install their projects and how dare they be so non-reproducible. I'm talking about me 6 months ago that also couldn't be bothered to write that documentation down, and now I've forgotten what I did. It's a practice that benefits ourselves as well, not just how we contribute to each other's research. So I'm also going to go through some definitions of reproducibility, and Miguel has set me up perfectly to explain why I do this slide. And it's because these definitions can vary from domain to domain. So I'm sharing this vocabulary not because I think that what Miguel said was wrong, quite the opposite, just so that we're all on the same page as I'm talking through. So up in the top left corner, we have reproducible, which is the same data and the same analysis pipeline. And this should be the lowest bar. We should be able to get the same things out when we put the same things in. And yet it is so few people do it. And then the next box, the top right, we have replicable. So this is the same analysis, but on a different data set. And this is interesting for different data sets. It gives you qualitatively the same answer, and it might tell you the same information that you're looking for. Down on the bottom left, we have robust, which is the same data with a different analysis. So this is a really interesting dimension because you're looking for methods that should do the same thing, that qualitatively give you the same insights about your data. And then our last dimension here, different data set, different analyses, generalizable, not generalized. This is just 2 steps towards being able to make inferences about the data to the broader population, and the results are not specific to one data set or one particular methodology. And then I actually put repeatability in this little sub-box inside reproducible here. And this is because I am literally getting the same answer out of the analysis and the data to like some decimal places, to some significant figures. And it's not quite the same as reproducible because being repeatable in this definition brings in the concept of the computational environment, whereas reproducible only relates to the data and the analysis steps, according to this table. And this is where Binder comes in and what I will discuss later, because Binder allows us to be able to capture that repeatable aspect by adding in the dimension of what's going on in the background. The other reason I care about reproducible research is because it has real-world effects. It's not just wasting people's times. Big effects happen from errors in the academic literature. So this is a screen grab of a spreadsheet with some numbers and some countries on it in column L. If you've got very good eyesight, you might be able to see. If you don't, you'll just have to trust me. But if you've got very good eyesight, in column L, some numbers are highlighted, but not all of them. So this came from a paper published by economists Reinhardt and Rogoff, and is being used to justify austerity measures in multiple countries, including the UK. And these measures have caused a lot of harm to those who are most vulnerable in our society. And then the only reason we know that not all of those numbers were highlighted, and that's an error in this paper, is because of Thomas Herndon, who is now a faculty member at Stanford, but when he was a PhD student in economics, he had to, as part of his coursework, reproduce the findings of a published paper. And he asked Reinhardt and Rogoff for their data, and he was the one that found out that when they were calculating the values for their paper, they had just missed out these last 5 countries. And when you do reanalyze the data correctly, you get qualitatively different results that do not support the austerity measures that the paper laid out. And my point of telling you this is that humans are the hardest part about reproducibility. The technological part, which I will talk about, and that I think has been talked about already, it just isn't the hard part. As Conrad said, it's a solved problem, but it's really difficult to implement because of people, society, culture, our larger scale environment. The incentive structures that make it really difficult to want to show that you've made a mistake. So kudos to Reinhardt and Rogoff for sharing their data when a PhD student asked for it, but no kudos to them for not retracting the paper when it was found that they'd made a mistake. And this leads on to barriers to reproducibility. Probably many of you in the room will resonate with a couple, if not all of these reasons to why reproducible research doesn't happen. One of my favorites is plead the fifth. Why would people want to give evidence against themselves? We know there are errors in literature. Why would anyone put their head up above the parapet and say, I made a mistake? As I said, I think it's really important that we try to build a world where it's okay to be human and make mistakes, because I don't think fraud is our biggest problem here. We just don't build incentive structures to actually check our work as we are moving along, either by ourselves or collaboratively with our research partners. The other two important reasons on this slide are takes time and requires additional skills. So people think reproducible research takes a lot of time, and that's only true if you're thinking about a short concept of success. Because if you can automate some steps and get your analysis to run over and over, you can be much more successful in the long run. And it just takes a little bit of time to learn some additional skills. So what actually goes into reproducible research? This is by no means going to be an exhaustive list, but a few basic recommendations. So first of all, version control. Gone are the days where we should hear people be saying, well, it worked yesterday because Git has solved that problem. It is the magic time machine we've all wanted. We can roll back to a commit that we made yesterday and figure out what the difference is. Version control. I feel like that's a fundamental thing we should all be doing with our code, and my feeling is that probably everybody in this room is. So then the next step, testing. I don't think a lot of research code is formally tested. I think we make plots, and I think we inspect distributions, and I think we do sanity checks, which is good. We should still be doing that. But I don't often think it's programmed to happen automatically. So things like unit tests, testing the smallest piece of your code and making sure that 1 + 1 does in fact equal 2. And especially when we're talking about large-scale HPC models, you want to be thinking about failing fast and failing first, because models might often take hours of runtime. So you want to design your critical tests to fail very quickly and to be the first thing that fails out of all of your tests, so that you know that something is wrong before you've wasted all those hours of compute time. And then for end-to-end integration checks, using a small subset of data that requires much fewer resources and much less time to calculate on, and something you reasonably know what the answer is to, so that you can sanity check your data, because that is a good method of testing as well. So I think this is really important to ensure that what we're writing is correct. And then the next step is continuous integration. So to automatically test your code and each change as you make it, because it will make you be explicit about what's changed. It's fine if your tests break because you are developing research code and you don't know the answer yet. I will allow you, if you need a permission slip, I will sign one for you. You are allowed to update your tests. The important thing I want you to focus on here is that when you update your tests, you're being explicit as to why. Is it because something fundamental about your model has changed? Is it because you bumped a version package and the algorithm you're using no longer operates the same way? That's one of the common causes for reproducible research I think, is when a package version is bumped and there is a arguably, definitively better version of the algorithm. It's definitely better, but it doesn't produce the number that you published. So just being explicit about how things have changed and why. And then we get on to software package environment management, which, yikes. So this is where Project Binder comes in. Project Binder is able to provide the computational environment without the toil of installing packages. And I'm going to demonstrate that with a little cartoon. So this is Jane. Jane's a scientist, and she's written a paper based on her experiments. And she would like to share her paper with the world because she's a good scientist. So the first thing she does is she describes her experiments in a series of Jupyter notebooks and scripts, and she pulls together all of the prose, all of the code, all of the visualizations, but also all of the resources like the source code and data and media, and she pulls that all together. And she publishes it on a publicly hosted repository. GitHub, Bitbucket, GitLab, they all work. The next thing she does is she describes her software environment in order to make that repository binder ready. So if she's running a Python project and she's using pip, this could be the requirements.txt file. Maybe she's still in Python, but she's using conda instead. So an environment.yaml file. Or maybe she's using R. So she writes up a description file. And there are a number of other file formats that are also accepted, including Nix, package manager, down to like a full-on. It's a bit Herbie Dragons, but you can provide a Docker file as well. And then, through some magic that I will explain, but the important point is that Jane doesn't need to know what happens. She's able, by the power of Binder, to share her work with the world. And she's able to do that simply by sharing a URL link, which I think is one of the most powerful things about Binder. The entire information of the project, of the code, of the data, of the environment is encoded within the Binder URL, within something that you can email, text, Slack message. It's all encompassed within that URL. And all someone has to do is click it, and they are launched into that environment, into that familiar Jupyter interface, and they can start working and go. And there is a big need for that kind of flexibility of accessibility of software environments, I think, of removing some of that building toil. And I think one way that benefits research is that we share the responsibility of reproducibility with anyone who should care about putting work out that is in a reasonable and reproducible way. Because so often the burden of reproducibility falls upon the researchers doing it at like the PhD and postdoc level, who are still undergoing training and don't necessarily have these skills. And then you have busy PIs who like sweep in and like, why is this not reproducible? But similarly, they don't have time to sit down and spend 3 hours installing your mess of Python and getting things to run. And so being able to share these binder links, share these easily accessible, dive into the environment methodologies, helps us share out that burden and make sure that everybody who should be responsible is responsible. So I promised I would explain the magic. This is what's happening under the hood of Binder. The technology stack we deploy is called the Binder Hub. And what happens is when you fill in your repository URL into the web page and you click launch, a whole series of events happens. First thing that happen is that your repository is cloned, and then we use a tool called Repo to Docker that builds the container image. Repo to Docker, it really is the powerhouse of what Binder does and can be used locally as well. This is providing a consistent way of building environments like across package managers. It's not a package management replacement. It identifies the file that you've decided to describe your software environment and chooses the relevant package manager. So if it sees requirements.txt file, it knows to use pip. It sees a description file, it knows to use RStudio package manager. It sees a Nix file, it knows to use Nix. And it's providing that consistent way across all of these different ways of producing your environment. The next thing that happens is that image is executed. We then, there's a Jupyter Hub involved. A Jupyter Hub is one way of saying I have a group of people and a group of computers, and I want people to be able to access these computers, and Jupyter is a sensible interface. And you can choose spawners and authenticators to map any subgroup of people onto any subgroup of computers. So anonymous users into the cloud, you know, university students onto their university servers. And that's the role that Jupyter Hub plays here. It provides the computation, or it requests the computational resources to power the container. And it also makes the container accessible over some URL. And then the Binder API's last job is to redirect the user's browser to that URL. Because the fun thing about Binder is that this is all running on the cloud in a Kubernetes cluster, and it's all in a browser interface, which means that your machine doesn't actually know anything about the compute. So I have a fun story where I was running a tutorial on Binder and I couldn't connect to the Institute's Wi-Fi, so I was tethered to my phone, but I only used about 0.5 meg of my phone's data, because all it saw me doing was refreshing Binder browser pages, because all the computing is happening somewhere else. So yeah, that was a nice way to not blow up my mobile phone bill. And this is kind of like the system of how Binder works. And I think the important thing here is that containerization tends towards portability. We are in an age of research where data is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. We've already left the days of where data sets fitted on laptops and desktop computers and we were doing all of our research locally. Those days are long gone. This is why we're now moving into the cloud in some domains, why HPC centers are becoming ever and ever more important. The data are too big, we need to take software to the data. But you also need to develop your analysis in the software environment that you're going to be using. So we're now in this area where we need to move software stacks across systems without the costly setup time, without the costly waiting for Conda to resolve all of your dependencies or whatever. And also, reducing the toil of those one-off setups, like events, trainings, workshops, visiting a partner institution system, and you need to get up and running on their system for a day. We can automate that setup cost into a container that we can then transfer easily across different systems. And I think this is an aspect of reproducible research that we don't talk about too often. We talk about it for the sake of the correctness of the academic literature as well, but I think the reproducible nature of our collaborative research lives as we're moving across different systems and working with different people. So, what next? I wrote this talk thinking it would be a much more HPC-centered event than it has been so far, so forgive me. But my questions are, given that I'm a cloud background and have been out of the HPC system for a while now, and possibly this is what the Guix project is doing as well, is like, we're moving between computer systems, whether it's cloud systems or HPC centers, we are all just working on someone else's computer. So we need to port software stacks across the systems. How can concepts from binders API to repo to container, because I know Docker can be a problematic technology for HPC systems, how can we integrate those into HPC operations to like assist this and reduce the toil for those one-time setups, to facilitate these collaborations as we're moving across different systems, as we need to move our software stack to another source of data, and also facilitating the ease of access to like the development environment as well, so that people can just enter their environment and have all of the expected tooling and their environment ready and waiting for them without all of this setup. Yeah, so thank you very much.
Thank you for this talk. Do we have questions?
One over here? Okay.
Thank you for this really interesting talk. In the beginning, you mentioned that you would like to foster a culture where it's allowed to make mistakes. How can we take that broader beyond like talking to someone, hey, you should be able to make mistakes, it's fine. How can we make this more general and scale this better?
It's a toughie, because I'm going to get real with you all. As academic researchers, and this is probably why I'm not one anymore, like your careers are held hostage by your citation rates and like what journals you publish to, and until the publishing industry changes, it's going to be really difficult. And like I know things are starting. I know there are little activist groups spinning up their own journals that are like, hey, we've got live interactive code. And I know that there's like groups like Code Check and stuff that do reproducibility checks very similar to what Miguel was describing as well. And I think that's fantastic, and so much support to those groups. But there's still like a long way to go, and until we can like change those systems enough that people feel safe enough to that saying I made a mistake isn't a risk to their career. And I think like the funding system is another big player here as well. Like funding calls are constantly for new and novel results. Like as a member of Project Jupiter, I just want a grant that will pay me to do basic maintenance of my project for like 5 years. Like we're not like I was talking to our team lead the other week, and he said there's actually nothing technologically interesting happening with Jupyter Hub right now. Like the interesting stuff is in the community. But like to just maintain a level of like security and robustness, resilience for a project that is being deployed by universities as like their central IT systems. And like mybinder.org, we were at a point where we were getting like 1 million launches a month. Do you want to know how many people look after that? About 10 people in our nights and weekends, free of charge. You know, I think it is talking to your friends. And short of like lighting a bunch of torches and trying to like take on big funding and big publications, I'm not sure. But we need to build this place where people feel safe to be able to change the culture, really.
right, thank you for the answer. And also, kudos for these 10 people.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions?
Someone over here had one. And Conrad?
Who's the first one? Over there? All right.
So I had a question, but it was already to some degree asked, so like a follow-up question to that. I'm not a scientist, I'm engineer, software engineer. So from my point of view, this seems like really unhealthy lifestyle. Like everyone makes mistakes. Like if you assume your software has no bugs, you are wrong. So do people really live in this environment and are happy there? Like it seems stressful. I'm not sure what my question is. I'm mostly surprised at this point.
So I once heard, I am also no longer a researcher, I'm a software engineer, and possibly even getting like even further down the stack and even further away from researchers because it was just too traumatic. So I heard one thing during my PhD, and it's not about flat out denying that a mistake was made, but it was never publish an errata, publish a new paper. Being like, oh, we did more work. And this is the next new thing we found. And it's like, yeah, it's unhealthy. That's why people drop out of their PhDs. And yeah. So yeah, I think that's why it's too much competition, not enough co-opetition.
I think we have one question here.
Just first, my personal question to your answer to your question, my environment would be that I think people just get to the point that they believe themselves never to make mistakes. So you get to the point where you say, I check my stuff carefully, and in the end there are no mistakes left. It's wrong, of course, but people believe in it, and they can be quite happy with that. Yeah. My question was a bit a different sense. As you said, I mean, the basic issue is that we have to move computational environments around. Well, I just said they are going to be the elementary operations of the future. This is exactly what I was trying to hint at. I've been definitely many attempts at this in the past. I remember at some point there were grids where all the future, just a single login and everything works everywhere. This never worked out. And I wonder to what degree, I mean, it isn't really a technical issue. It's really a matter of giving people access to resources in a convenient way. And I wonder at what point do you work with computing centers, for example, or with the institutions who have the computational power? Because as I see, I think Binder basically sends everything to some Amazon cloud. I don't know where it's actually.
Oh, I should have put a slide in about the Federation. It's really, really cool. So the mybinder.org is a federation, so it's run by multiple clusters in multiple cloud tenants. So the primary one was set up in Google Cloud. I used to work at the Turing Institute in the UK, and when I was there, I set up another federation that was in Azure. We have another cluster run by the Leibniz Institute and Guix, which is a bare metal cluster. And then we also have another cluster that is on the OVH European cloud. The Turing Azure cluster has since shut down, and we also ran out of funding, so the Google cluster is like very, very minimal. It's basically running what we call the Federation Redirector. But the cool thing is that you as the user do not need to know which of these many different systems you are running on. I think we're also introducing an AWS cluster as well, but that is the first time we'll be running on AWS. So.
I think, yeah, of course, from the user's point of view, as long as it works, it's great.
Yeah.
If you do this, once was doing in a teaching scenario, we were trying to use Binder, and of course, if 15 people want to use the same thing at the same time, the waiting times are enormous. So what I was wondering is, well, that was a couple of years ago, maybe this has improved since then. But what I was wondering is if there's any hope for some initiative where we can you bring your own resources and just get the service behind it? Because if I'm doing a course with 50 students, I can probably get my university to give the resources for that.
Yeah.
But would it be imaginable that I could basically go to Binder and say, well, here's my repository and here's my resources, and please use those for that and make sure that it works efficiently for me?
I think the current solution to that would be like, hey Sarah, will you and your friends at 2ITC be able to, I've got a cloud computing account, please deploy me a Binder hub to use in my institution for just us kind of thing. I think the vision of mybinder.org running like pick your own resources is very far away because of the limited volunteer labor we have.
It should not be done by volunteers, right?
Well, exactly.
Again, imagine the good future where my university has the resources and the engineer works for it. But I want a single interface.
The other interesting solution to this problem that isn't quite the same is there's been a new thing called Jupyter Lite. That is actually browser-based execution. And we are in the beginning of talking about Binder Lite. So there wouldn't be a need for cloud resources anymore. Your execution would happen in the browser, which would completely destroy my cool little story about not blowing up my mobile phone bill. So yeah, I think that's, the problem with open source is that gathering the required stakeholders and deciding who's going to do that work in a non-volunteer way, in a paid-for way, has to move at the speed of trust of communities, because I've seen it far too many times when a company or someone comes in and says, we want X open source thing to do this. And they don't ask for permission, they do it and ask for forgiveness. And then that open source project becomes a state of, you can't contribute to that unless you work for that company anymore. And I'm personally not going to push forward anything that risks a similar thing happening to Binder. So yeah, I hear you. I know that that kind of thing is wanted, but for me, it's a governance issue about how we make sure that the community is brought along with, and we don't just go away and do something and then it will essentially become a proprietary platform, because the company that develops that would also be on the hook for maintaining it, so they want payback, right?
We have one question from the height of the room here.
Hi, thank you for your talk and your work with mybinder. I was wondering how much resources are allocated to one project on mybinder, because I'm much more biomedical researcher, so for FastQ file, huge data sets, how does this works?
Yeah, so on mybinder, it is free to use. We foot the bill by running around trying to write grants that then don't get funded to be able to continue providing this service for free. So each instance gets 1 gigabyte and 1 megabyte of data. I tend to think of Binder more as a communication tool as well. Something to get new users hooked and convinced that they should be using your package before they decide to put down the effort of installing it. So things like interactive documentation, interactive tutorials, I think works super, super well. And you can show off the benefits of your package in a Binder tutorial. That kind of, gets the buy-in that your package is the right one to use, as opposed to a full-on, reproducible workflow tool. At least for mybinder.org, the beauty is Binder Hub technology is open source. If you've got enough clout in your institution, get them to run one for you and give you as many resources as you like.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Yes. Anyone?
Is one over here?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. You show some configuration files for R or for Python, and we are wondering if you are also handling workflow managers such as NetMake or Nextflow.
No. I think that's because they're workflow managers as opposed to like package managers, I think. I don't know. I think I need a little more context on like the difference between those two things, but generally it's about installing the packages, which I think is like one step in a workflow manager, right?
Yeah, in NetMake you can provide the package to install using a YAML file, but the workflow could run several tools, so you may have different YAML files, and so it's...
Yeah, yeah. I think we should talk more about that over coffee.
Okay, great.
One last question, maybe? Yes.
Thank you for your presentation. I prepared a tutorial on how to share notebooks with my binder and also JupyterLite tomorrow. And maybe you could help me to write the conclusion of my tutorial. More seriously, my question is, what are your opinion about JupyterLite comparing to my binder or in general?
I haven't used JupyterLite too much because I am very much a back-end engineer, Kubernetes land. Like, I don't actually use Jupyter in my day-to-day work, which is hilarious. But I think it's great. It's clearly filling a need in the scientific community, as evidenced by Conrad's question, being like, when can I bring my own resources? And like doing it in browser versus dedicated resources is like one step on that pathway, I think. So it's obviously filling a need. The binder team has talked about what does binder light look like, mostly as a way to reduce the stress on us of having to provide computational resources in a crunched scenario. So yeah, we're definitely not opposed or disrespectful to the project in any way. I think it's cool.
Okay, well, thank you again for your talk.
Thank you.
So yeah, let us thank again Conrad, Miguel, and Sarah for this session. This session is now over, so I guess we will have coffee downstairs and we can continue discussing over there. Thank you.
tout. Oh, c'est bon. Hein. Du coup, elle sera sur la clé là.
Ok, parfait.
C'est parce que c'est ouvert avec le navigateur. Je sais pas, il est ouvert avec le navigateur. Bon, il se débrouillera le petit gosse là. Et il le mettra.
Mais cool, merci. Et du coup, tu restes jusqu'à vendredi. Cool.
Ça va, j'ai pris l'ordi de la fac où j'ai fait Ubuntu dessus.
Du coup, c'est lui qui a inscrit à une session.
So let's start this second and last session of this afternoon with Jocelyn Poiré, with mathematics and computer science researchers, and also a Guix contributor. And Jocelyn will present an overview of Guix and how this amazing package manager tackles with reproducibility. Jocelyn, it's all yours.
Thank you very much. So this talk is going to be about Guix in particular, and I'm going to try to give an overview of Guix from the perspective of a researcher, especially on the topic of reproducibility. But because Guix has all of these different features, we're of course going to go over the other ones which you might not know about. So first, maybe a bit of a quiz. Who has heard of Guix before? And by this, I mean before this conference. Maybe you can raise your hands. Yeah. So quite a lot of people. And who could concisely describe what Guix does? Yeah, so not many people. So I think that's one of the main barriers at the beginning for new Guix users is that they don't really know what Guix is. So you may have heard a lot of things about Guix, that Guix is a functional package manager, but also that Guix is a Linux distribution, also that Guix is a computing environment tool, that Guix is a time machine, whatever that means, or that Guix is just Nix with a beret and a baguette. And somehow Guix is all of these, but combined. So it's not even the sum of its parts. It's like bigger than this. Maybe not the last one. We have international contributors as well. So yeah, we'll focus on reproducibility at the beginning, but also go over the other nice features it has in general. So Guix is a package manager. You can install stuff with it. So for example, I use Agda, so I can do Guix install Agda and then use it to check my cool theorem I just proved in Agda. I can also install OCaml, GCC, whatever, and compile stuff, compile simulations. But Guix is not just a package manager. It's a, so yeah, sorry. It can also run on top of any distribution. So for example, if you have something other than Guix system, you can of course install Guix and use it. It won't interfere with your system. And that's already really nice if you want to collaborate with people who run on different Linux distributions. But Guix is a functional package manager. So what does that mean? That means that in Guix, packages, you can view them as pure functions taking dependencies and source and giving a build output. And when I say pure function, I mean that if you give it the same dependencies and the same source, it should give you exactly the same output. So this is one way you can view reproducibility, for example, for package builds. And the way Guix achieves this compared to other distributions is that it stores all build outputs under what is called the Guix store, which is in a different directory from whatever else you have on your computer. And it stores each build output in a specific directory that depends on the sources and the recipe you've used to build your package. So for example, if you change the dependencies, you get a new build output that lives in a different directory. So just this architectural choice is really important because it gives us a bunch of stuff for free, which is that we can have, for example, different library versions on the same system just because they live in different directories. So you could have, for example, OpenSSL3 and OpenSSL1 at the same time in the store. You can also have the same library but built with different dependencies, and that would give you different build outputs living in different directories. So this is already really nice compared to other distributions, for example. We just install everything in the same directories, and oh, you want a new version, then you have to overwrite the old library output. we can also easily identify references to other libraries in our build outputs. We just have to scan the binaries for GNU store file paths. So that way we can get a view of what is required to run for the build output to run. Even though there might be some caveats to this, but it's more technical than anything. And more importantly, we never modify state. So we don't need to do rebuilds. Whenever we update a library, we don't really need to rebuild something that's already built. We just do a new build on the side and we store it separately. So that means that you don't have to keep in mind that, oh yeah, I updated this library, so now I need to rebuild this other library. So it's what a package manager does. But here it's nicer because we can keep all of it at the same time. And also, if you don't want to build something, because we know the path of it beforehand, we can just download it from the internet as long as we trust the build farm, for example. So you don't even have to build everything yourself, which is nice for a package manager. Now, maybe we'll talk more about the technical problems that you face when you want to reproducibly build stuff. Is that you want the build system and all the processes you use to arrive to an output at the end to be free of side effects. So there are a bunch of things that can happen during a build that can hinder reproducibility. So for example, let me give you a small story. So this is an example about Docker. So imagine you have Alice and Bob who work on the same stuff. And Alice uses a Docker image for their research. And they just tell Bob, yeah, if you want to do the same experiment that I did, you can just use Docker pull cool research and it will fetch it from nicehub.com, and then you'll be able to reuse the same environment for those experiments. But Bob had a little problem. His mailbox was full, and he only received the mail 2 years later. But he's still very excited about that research. They tried to run the command, but then they realized that nicehub.com deleted the Docker image. So they're just wondering how they could possibly try to reproduce the research. And then what they do is just try to rebuild it themselves. But as Bob opens the Docker file, they discovered the following first 2 lines. Run apt updates and apt upgrade. So this will not reproduce. You will not be able to get the same exact Docker image just because of this stateful thing of accessing the internet and downloading the new package definitions. So this was meant to be read as a Halloween horror story, but maybe it's a bit too late for that. So just like in experimental sciences, when you want to reproduce bit for bit a build output, you need to follow a strict protocol. Like if you're doing biology research, you don't just go in your bedroom and start manipulating stuff with everything else around you. You need to isolate everything. So that's the first thing we do. We isolate builds from the rest of the system. So we use the same underlying technologies as Docker. But one thing that we do not do is we also do not let the builds access the network, because as we just saw, if you let the builds access the network, they might download stuff from the internet that might have changed in between. So this is one difference with Docker. And so the only way we can get stuff from the internet is if we know beforehand what they are exactly. So if you know the hash of a source, here you go, you can download it from the internet, and that's fine. But if the source changes, Guix will tell you the source changed, sorry, this is a problem, we're not going to let you build this. And we also need to patch out unwanted behavior from build systems. So for example, some build systems embed the current date into the build output. We don't want this. I just put some silly thing here, but this doesn't happen in real life. But build systems, for example, they embed some stuff into the build outputs, and we need to patch this out. So it does require some effort from the Guix developers. So all the things I just mentioned means that packaging something for Guix is quite hard, and packaging something that builds reproducibly is even harder. But fortunately, because Guix is a tool that has been made for with reproducibility in mind, we have a bunch of tools that we can use to check that what we do is reproducible. So for example, you can check, here you can see, I'm checking and building some package 5 times. So I'm building libyaml 5 times and checking that it does give me the same thing during the 5 builds. We also have a way to challenge some servers which host pre-built binaries with our own and check that they do give the same hashes. And we also have a nice web interface for reproducibility that was launched quite recently, where you can check per architecture which packages build reproducibly. So for example, here you can see that we have a lot of packages which are building reproducibly, more than 20,000, which is quite a lot. And what's important with Guix compared to other language-specific package managers is that they take care of the whole stack. So for example, let's take the example of the tool called Stack. So it's a tool for Haskell development. And one of its goals is reproducible builds as well, but it only manages Haskell packages. And it also manages your Haskell toolchain, but it only has packages for Haskell packages. So where does it get its Haskell toolchain from? So here I just, no need to read all of this, but this is all the criteria that are used by Stack to identify which build of JHC it should give you. So this is completely unreadable, and you can't just look at your system and know, okay, this is this build that it's going to give me. So it's going to give you some builds binary from either Fedora or Debian based on a bunch of heuristics. And I've had some problems with this with a coworker who tried to use Stack, and the binary that Stack downloaded just didn't work on their computer because it was relying on external assumptions that just weren't right because the heuristics weren't complete enough. So this is the same for external dependencies. For example, if your packages require C libraries, for example, if you use a Python package which requires a C library, then you also want the C library to be managed by your package manager. Otherwise, it's going to be hard to reconcile using both package managers as at once. Sorry. So this is essentially what Guix does. Guix has a view of all the stack. We manage all the libraries from the low-level ones to the high-level ones. And there's also one other obstacle to reproducibility is if the sources disappear, right? For example, if tomorrow GitHub is down and never comes back up, what can we do? So for this, we have a nice interface with software heritage. So this is going to be talked about tomorrow morning, I think, where Guix can just download stuff from software heritage instead of the original upstream if the upstream is not available. And in return, Guix queues packages, the source of packages to be downloaded by software heritage so that we can ensure that in the future we still have access to the source. So this was the basic overview of what Guix does with regards to reproducibility. And now we're going to see all the other nice features that come with it, for example, for collaborative development and work with other researchers, for example. So Guix never actually installs stuff in like /bin, like in other distributions. It just points to stuff in the store. So that means we can easily just do that temporarily. And this is what the development environments commands do in Guix. So for example, here I'm using Guix shell to say, oh, I just want temporarily a shell where I have OCaml available, but it won't do anything else. And in that shell, I can just compile some random program and use it, and then forget that I've ever used OCaml. So this is really nice if you want to try out something that someone else has done. You can just temporarily say, okay, I want the same exact environment as this person, and I can just compile the same stuff, and it should give you exactly the same output. And for more serious projects, you don't want to list all of the dependencies yourself on the command line. That would be annoying if you have like 100 dependencies. So instead, we can just put all of them in a file, which we often call a manifest file. And then with one command, you can reproduce the environment that you need to work on something. And you can even distribute this file, because if you're the main developer of that project, you know what the dependencies are, so you can write in a file, well, here are all my dependencies, and then someone else can just go along, fetch your project, and just start hacking on it immediately. But there's one small problem. It's that Guix is rolling release, like many other distributions. So we just update packages as new updates come along. And at some point, you might need an older version that is not packaged in Guix anymore. So how can we solve this problem? So this is the time machine bits I was mentioning in the introduction. Guix can describe itself, and the most important part here is that you know the commit of the current Guix that you're using. And this gives you a view in time of all the packages that are in Guix. And you can put this information into a file, and then later on, you can ask Guix to use the time machine and use an older Guix using this file channels.scm, and again, run some Guix command with the older Guix. So for example, here, if I want to use the OCaml of of the time of the first command, I can just store this channels.scm file and then later on just reuse it. And what this means is, as long as you share your channels.scm and manifest.scm files, anyone should be able to reproduce the exact same environment, the exact same packages, the exact same versions. And you can see that as long as you have the two files, it's really a one-liner. So I added a line break because it wouldn't fit, but it's a one-liner. So now, maybe the more tricky question is that, what if Bob doesn't use Guix? What if he doesn't have access to a Guix shell? Then Alice can still use Guix and do something very nice, which is using the Guixpack command. And Guixpack, basically what it does is it looks at the packages you ask of it to pack, and it will look at all the dependencies it needs and put all of this into a single archive that you can use anywhere else, and it's completely self-contained. So this is in contrast with the stack example I gave before, where you just get the GHC binary and not all of its dependencies, and then it doesn't work because the dependencies don't match. Here, Guixpack will export all of the needed dependencies, so you don't need to rely on anything external. And you can even use it on any other Linux system, and I put WSL, for example, for if you have students on Windows, that might happen, and you want them to use some software, you can just tell them to use WSL in this, and it will magically work. And that's one of the use cases I'm very interested in, because we have software, for example, Agda is notoriously hard to install on other systems, but with a Guixpack, you can just use it anywhere that Linux can run. So this is really nice. And we can also output Docker images, because we have everything at hand, so why not? We can also output RPMs, debs, a bunch of file formats. We can even add new file formats if we want. So somehow you don't even need to use Docker builds to actually create Docker images with this. And of course, because most of you are interested in HPC, you can use this to also run your software on clusters which might not have Guix, because your system administrator is still using Debian or whatever distribution, and they don't want to switch or install whatever Guix is. One other nice feature is that because we have the view of the full dependency stack, we can examine it using tools such as Guix Graph. So this is a graph I produced this morning of OpenBLAS, and you can see I truncated it a bit because it's quite big. But there's the G4 trend branch with all the stuff going down to very basic stuff such as XZ or zlib. So this is really nice if you want to see the whole dependency graph of what you're depending on and see if you are actually, let's say, having dependency hell and having thousands of dependents or not. And some of you might also ask whether this is all compatible with optimizations, because notoriously, if you are in a specific microarchitecture, some optimizations might work and some others might just render the binary completely unusable because it uses extensions that are not supported. So how do we reconcile this with having reproducible builds? Well, in Guix, it's quite easy because if you change the optimizations, you change the recipe, so you get a new build output. So for example, we can use a generic build output for mostly everyone. And if somehow you decide that you really want the microarchitecture optimizations, you can ask for your packages to be built with optimizations, for example, for Skylake. And that will give you a different thing than the open blast that you've built without the tune option. But this will still be reproducible because you've specified which optimizations you want. And we can also replace some arbitrary dependencies. So yeah, here I forgot a line break. But for example, if I have an implementation of GMP, which is somehow way faster than the original GMP, I can just replace GMP with my faster GMP while building open blasts. And it will replace all uses of GMP with my version of it. And this is still using all the same systems, so this is reproducible. This is not a hack. And now we're going away from the reproducible bits, and maybe this is something that's going to be interesting more for sysadmins. But because we have a complete set of Linux packages, because as I mentioned before, we have the full stack of dependencies, it's not that hard to make a Linux distribution. So not that hard, of course, but you have all the tools you need, let's say. So there's a distribution included with Guix, which is called Guix System. And it's not just a Linux distribution, it's also a functional system distribution in the sense that it supports declarative system configuration. So what does that mean? That means that you can take a file, so it's a file in Scheme, which is a dialect of Lisp, which completely describes your system configuration and use the Guix system command to instantiate it to a system. So for example, I have some config file on my laptop, and whenever I want to update my laptop, I just use Guix system to update all of the things on my laptop. And so this is really nice because once you have your configuration, you can just move it around and replicate the same configuration on other systems. And so this is very useful, for example, if you manage servers. So this is what I mentioned on the next slide. It can be used to configure servers, of course, so that if you change hardware, you can just redeploy the same exact configuration. But it's also nice for personal machines, VMs, ISO images. So here's an example of a command that produces a VM image, which you can then run with QEMU, and it's really nice. And so I mentioned that this is really interesting for cluster administrators, for example, but I have to admit that once you get used to Guix, you really want to try this out as well because it's really nice. Once you get used to all the subtleties of Guix, it has a lot of pros. So I mentioned a bit Guile before, which is a Scheme, Scheme, which is a Lisp dialect. So Guix itself is written in Scheme, and that's nice because it's built somehow as a library itself, which means that you can extend it using your own scripts, define new packages. For example, package definitions are written in Scheme, so it's just like a normal programming language and not some ad hoc YAML file, which is nice because you know what you can do with it. And using this, this system, you can go from just using some command line tools to modify your packages, for example, to just writing your own big package definitions which modify arbitrary behavior. So I just put an example from my config. It's not very relevant, but this is something I put in my system configuration, and I'm just saying, oh yeah, I want to build this package, but in a different way. And this just works very easily somehow. So yeah, it might be hard to parse, but I didn't have to do a lot of work to get this working. And of course, at the beginning, you might think, oh yeah, I have to learn all of this scheme stuff, and it's quite hard. But somehow, we also have automatic importers for packages. So for example, if I want to import a package on PyPy, for example, before here, I can just ask Guix, well, can you import this package? And it will give you the whole package definition. So you don't even have to write any scheme, maybe just a bit to fix up if something's missing. For example, here, the license is missing, so that's bad. But very small touch-ups, and you get packages for free almost. So this is really nice if, for example, you have a bunch of packages you need to add for your favorite library. And so finally, there's a problem we talk about a bit less in the reproducible builds community, I would say, is that of bootstrapping. So for example, we always want to build everything from source. We want it to be reproducible, but how do we build compilers? That's a more complicated question, right? For example, Rust. So Rust's compiler is written in Rust. So how do we compile Rust? Well, we need a Rust compiler, but for that Rust compiler to exist, we also need a Rust compiler, and that goes on and on and on. So where do we break the chain if we want to build everything from source? So that's where bootstrapability comes in, where we somehow need to break the cycle and get an implementation of a Rust compiler in something else. So you have a bunch of projects. So for example, for Rust is mrustc, where you can compile a Rust compiler in C, and then you can compile the Rust compiler using that intermediate compiler. So this is a problem that I guess is not talked about much in the reproducible builds community, because it really, you need to go back all the way down the dependency stack to the compilers, which is not the first priority, I would say, for most researchers. But Guix also tries to do this for almost all compilers, 8 packages. We have some compilers we don't know how to bootstrap, for example, JHC, but Rust is bootstrapped from C. And we even have something nicer, which is that we bootstrapped a C compiler itself. And so for a specific architecture, because it's quite hard to do, but basically we have a bootstrap from a very small handwritten machine code program down to a C compiler such as GCC. So this is a very exciting stuff. And there's a blog post on the Guix project's website around this. Right. And of course, let's not forget the amazing manual that Guix has, where with a lot of documentation in multiple languages, available both in HTML or in info if you prefer it. It does document a lot of stuff, a lot of internals of Guix. If you want to know what those weird characters you sometimes see in package declarations are, it's in the manual. If you want to learn all about a specific subcommand, it's in the manual. And we also have a very nice command line interface. So that's something that a lot of people have talked about. I've heard on the internet, at least. I got used to it very fast, so maybe I'm not one to talk now because I'm too used to it. But a lot of new users do really say that the command line interface is really nice. And also, Guix is a very nice and welcoming community. So this kind of ties back to what Konrad said earlier, where it's also a very social problem, right? To have nice software is you also need to have a nice community around it and something that's manageable by humans. So we have a nice community, and a lot of people hang out on IRC over mailing lists, which is, I would say, the place where the most of the stuff happens, or here, because we have a lot of people here and a lot of people involved in Guix. And I guess that's about it. I don't know how fast I went. Yeah. If you have any questions, if anything wasn't very clear, feel free to ask anything.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Is there any question?
I'm not sure I understand how you manage inside Guix the other package manager, like language-specific package manager with Conda, PIP, and so on. Do you generate a guard dependency also for this package manager? Or we have to manually translate all different package as Guix managed package?
Yeah, so Guix's packages are written specifically for Guix, and so you can't just take a pip package, for example, and use it as is with Guix. You need to first translate it to a Guix package, but that's what the importers are for. They can somehow automate a lot of steps to translate language-specific package managers' recipes to Guix ones. So, for example, we don't directly integrate with pip or with Conda or anything, but we can easily import packages from those package managers to Guix's format.
And do you can automatically generate also for wall requirements .txt or environment.yml for email for Conda and so on?
Yeah. Basically, what those scripts do is just look at the requirements and try to figure out which dependencies are needed and do we have them in Guix. And you can recursively import all of the dependencies as well, and then you get the whole graph of dependencies in the Guix format.
You talked about optimizations, and you compiled your software for a given processor platform. How do you do it? It's you have a wrapper that generates the good ./configure for it, or it's something like ports in BSD?
So I don't know much about ports, but I think the way it's implemented in Guix is that you can pass as a configure argument the native architecture you want to target, right, in most build systems. So for example, systems which don't support this kind of optimization, we don't, of course, support it, but most of the time you can just pass -march equals some architecture. And that's basically what we do for all the packages that we want to tune to a specific architecture. So if you have a package which uses a very custom configure script with no support for this, it's probably not going to work.
You don't have some pass-through?
What do you mean pass-through?
When you want to build your software with Guix, maybe you can have a special options to say I want to compile with this option, and this option, and this option are passed as is to the original compilation chain of the software.
Yeah, that's exactly what we do.
Okay.
So you can even, we have a special, we call those package transformations, where you can specify on the command line what transformations you would like to apply to some packages, and you can add arbitrary configure flags to specific packages.
Thank you.
So hello, thank you for the talk. I would like to ask something about the backwards compatibility. We have Guix since 2012, and well, it evolves step by step, and you can roll back. but that implies that there are no breaking changes since the very first day, since the very first release, since the very first commit. That's kind of like a lot. And I've been using to a great success this rollback functionality, but I haven't really tried to roll back to, I don't know, let's say 2014, like a large rollback.
Yes. So I didn't mention all the things that, like all the fine print, let's say, of the time machine, but the time machine was introduced pretty recently compared to the birth of Guix. And so there's actually lower limits to where you can time machine for now. So if right now you're creating a new project and you want people in the future to time machine back to now, this should be doable. But if you want to now time machine back to 2014, you can't really do this. You have to compile Guix on your own manually, let's say. You can't use Guix time machine for that, and maybe that will work, but I'm not even sure. But since the birth of time machine, it should be possible to go to any other point in history, starting from this point. And we actually have checks for this. Like if you try to time machine too early in history, it will tell you probably it's not a good idea.
So there will be a message, okay, you are jumping too much time back.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, because of course, if Guix is not made to support time machine before the invention of time machine, it's not magically going to grow. We don't have time paradoxes in Guix yet.
Yeah, first sorry about the phone. And now question. The one-liner on 2 lines with the Guix time machine, that should be doable in one file with inferiors or not? And if not, when would I choose time machine versus inferiors?
So I get what you're saying, but inferiors is a more complicated beast than just time machine. So you can also mix and match packages from multiple Guix revisions. So you could mix and match packages from one Guix commit and packages from one other commit, and that's called Guix inferiors, but it's quite complicated to use, so I didn't present it here, but it's a really nice feature as well.
Thank you for this nice overview. This morning we heard the wise words of you should not start from scratch. Yet someone had a look at Nix and thought, hey, let's make another one of those, but different. So yet both thrive, and it's not like one ate the other in the meantime. So when should I use one over the other, or what are their strengths and benefits that make them kind of create their own niche?
So let me start with maybe the pros for Nix, because I've not used Nix myself, but I know some generic ones, let's say. So Nix has a much bigger community and more packages for it and more person power in general. But for example, Guix is more committed to reproducibility because, for example, I know that Nix for some packages just shells out to other package managers which don't do reproducibility that well, for example, whereas Guix tries to never do this and always ensure that it does everything itself and reproducibly. And also, if you want to use really advanced features, Nix uses a specific domain-specific language for package definitions, and it might be too restrictive if you want to do very complex transformations. Whereas in Guix, you have the full power of scheme at your disposal, so you can do basically whatever. So I guess if you want it to be more malleable, then Guix is the way to go. And if, I don't know, maybe if you want the latest NPM packages, maybe use Nix. But yeah, I don't know if NPM is the right place to go to if you want reproducibility.
We have time for one last question.
There was a lot to take in that presentation, but there was one moment where I thought a sort of light bulb went off over my head where I started to get the idea. Can I take you back to where you did you compiled an executable from the command line? You don't have to go back. You don't have to go back to it. But there was one moment you had a Guix something, and you ended up with an executable.
Mm-hmm.
does that executable itself go into one of the directories of the store?
So the one line you're referring to was when I was saying, oh, I want OCaml, and then let me just compile some thing.
Before that,
yeah. So if you're just using the OCaml compiler to build some program manually by yourself and not building a Guix package, then it's not going to end up in the store. For something to end up in the Guix store, you have to use Guix to build a package. Whereas here, I was just saying, oh, Guix, please give me an OCaml compiler, and then I'll just do the rest from here on. So in that case, you're building it in the local directory. But you can also write a whole Guix package definition for your executable, and then build it with Guix. And then it would end up in the store.
If that's the case, my question then about the executables, if the executable loads dynamic libraries, what happens then? That's dependent on...
The next talk will be given by Nicolas Vallée. Where is Nicolas? Okay. Nicolas Vallée is a professor assistant at the University Hospital of Tours. And he will talk about how Guix helped him to shape his workflow in the biomedical environment. So, Nicolas.
Okay, thank you for your introduction, and thank you for the invitation. I'm feeling honored to be here to talk about my experience with Guix. And I will first start with a bit of background. It's not like I want you to know to read my CV, but I think it's important to show that everyone can use Guix. I've been a medical student and a resident from 2007 and 2019, mostly in clinical hematology, so leukemias, lymphomas, etc. And here, during the medical studies, we are taught about science. It's like control, integrity, ethical consideration, etc., and statistical tests. There's a lot of statistical tests. This is science. That's what we're taught about. Next, I moved to a PhD for 3 years, and then I learned about open science. And now I'm assistant professor in hematology and at the University of Tours. And what do I do with informatics? So I learned PHP, BB, I used that, and some HTML things when I was at high school. And then I discovered R at the end of my residency in hematology, mostly for my thesis in hematology, and then I said, okay, well, I will use it during my PhD. So the context of my work is in hematological malignancies, and the work in which I used Guix was to study patients' outcome following a treatment that is called allogeneic hematopoietic stem cell transplantation, in which you have a patient who have a leukemia or a lymphoma, and you treat him with some chemotherapy, and you inject some hematopoietic stem cells. The role of these hematopoietic stem cells is to bring some donor T cells. These cells are used to react against leukemic cells, thus to reestablish an immune surveillance, because we think that patients who are treated for leukemia have some T cells that are not functioning well against leukemic cells. But these T cells also react against the healthy host cells, thus it leads to major toxicities. And an antibiotic, azithromycin, was used to prevent these
toxicity, which is called graft versus host disease. And in the kind of study which was phase 3 randomized, so it's the best setting to evaluate whether this treatment can prevent the graft versus host disease, the toxicity of the transplantation. And unfortunately, it was observed that this treatment that was thought that it would lower the risk of toxicity was eventually associated with higher risk of relapse, as you can see on this incidence of cumulative curve of relapse, with almost twice higher the risk of relapse with the antibiotic. And the project was about how could this antibiotic block donor T cells against leukemic cells. And we formulated two hypotheses, which were first the direct effect of azithromycin on these immune cells, and the other that azithromycin may also react against the gut microbiota, which would eventually lower the reaction of T cells against leukemic cells. Okay, how do we do that? So we used samples from patients included in this study, and we used a multi-omic approach first with metabolomic assays with the plasma samples, intracellular metabolomic, and also deep immune phenotyping of the peripheral blood cells. And then for the indirect effect, we use some fecal samples to study metabolome, virome, and also bacterium found in the patient treated with either azithromycin or the placebo. All these analyses require some script analysis. All these studies require some script analysis because there's a lot of variables, so we cannot really study them with an Excel table or a spreadsheet or anything. And we then asked how could we ensure the reproducibility of our work from the experimental phase to the analysis, and then to obtain the results and the conclusions. So where do reproducibility come from? First, it comes from an hypothesis that it is based on previous results and previous conclusions of works, and then the experiment. And we heard today that there are some parts that are mainly not really reproducible or replicable. Here, I will use this term like replicability also, but an experiment depends on a lot of stuff that will not be controlled even in the best situation, in the best settings. The protocols are written, okay, but it's also about the one that performed the experiment. The reagents change the lot number, the instruments may be updated, or the hardware or the instrument changes during the project, and also all the software that are used for data acquisition. Next, after the experiment, we obtained some raw data, so some cytometry data, sequencing, images, or data with numbers or letters, I don't know, or metadata are associated. And then we said, okay, so we will next use our script with our version 4, for example, which will lead us to get some results, and we will have our conclusions. Okay, how can we make sure that it is reproducible? We will use some in the manuscript star method format in which we document every protocol, every reagent, a lot number, instruments, etc. And then we have our lab notebook, which is a good way to start. We will put all the raw data on repository, the scripts will be on Git, and the results on the manuscript and conclusion on the manuscript, it's okay. And then I met this guy. I was discussing, and he said, okay, but what about your computing environment? So I said, okay, it's our version 4. And then he showed me some things. And he also asked, how do you know, and is the computing environment reproducible and transparent? So he showed me that computing environments like R version 4 that I wanted to document is not only R version 4. It comes with a lot of dependencies, and almost just for R 304 dependencies, and not coming from the source, from all the sources. And how do it looks? It's like that. So the dependency graph to R minimal, and when I zoom in, there's a lot of stuff. So I said, okay, it's impossible to document this on a manuscript. Are we doomed yet? So the problem is that, of course, if Alice starts the project, she has a lot of list of software or libraries that she wants to use, and she installed all the packages on her laptop. And when installing the packages, it will ask for local dependency and create an environment that Alice will use. Next, Bob is in the same lab, and Carol also, and they are using almost the same technologies to answer the different question, or maybe the same protocol to answer the same question. I don't know, and they want to recreate the analysis of Alice, or use some of her script to use on other project. So they install packages on their local dependencies, which creates the different environments. So here it's not reproducible. Then the paper is published, and another one, a postdoc that comes from 3 years later, wants to update the system because it's R version 4, so it's R version 10 now. So I want to update this because I have a brand new package that I want to use. And of course, the environment is different. But here, they are done. Bob and Carol cannot recreate exactly the environment of Alice. So one solution would be use a container. So Alice, at the start of her project, would use all the list of software, local dependencies, and create a container that she will share with other people in her lab. Okay, but what about when the container is lost? It was not saved, or I don't know. On internet, it was not saved, or Docker is down. So down is creating a new container, so it's not the same environment. So we have a problem here. And what do we need from Alice to make it work together and to make it reproducible in time and by anyone, anywhere? So we need the list of software and the dependencies. And the list of software is quite easy. Alice just needs to give us the list of packages and software she uses. And the list of the dependency, finally, is depending on a fixed time point. It's when Alice configures her system, it's at this time, and on her system, the dependencies are this way. So, if Alice uses Guix, she will have to document the list of software with the manifest, and she will have to document the fixed time point with a channel file. And with some command line, here there are 2 lines also, but it's a 1-liner too, she can recreate the exact environment to share with her colleagues, and her colleagues can also use the same file without using a large Docker file on internet, or without maybe, I don't know, if the Docker file is lost or not accessible at the time. They just have to use these 2 text files that can be saved on a Git repository, and these files will be also documented for version control with the Git repository. And then maybe Alice needs to create a Docker container for her research, and she can pack whole her environment in a container to share the container with other people.
And if the last one, Dan, comes in the lab and he wants to install new packages or to update our version, he can also create the same environment but update it just with the changes of the channel number. And he obtained an environment, a new environment with exactly the same softwares. So how can we use it in our, how did we use it in our workflow? We created different kinds of environment to answer the different part of the project. So we had a manifest file and channel file for every question we ask, whether the direct effect with the immune cells, etc. Approaches, or the fecal samples with the indirect effect question. And during the project, we had also, from the first part of the project, new results, and we wanted to evaluate whether these results were also found in vitro. And we had so a new kind of analysis, and we used a third environment defined with Guix. How is it documented? We have some Git repository on GitLab and 3 Git repository to answer the three questions from the previous slide. And we have in this repository a Guix config directory, and in this directory all the channel file and also the manifest and the my packages file for all the libraries or packages that are not available or upstream in Guix. And then are the editors questioning this kind of approach? And I don't know, but we documented this in the research paper. And here we documented that there is the manifest file, the channel file in the Guix configuratory in a Git repository, also in the second paper, and we next saved this Git repository on software heritage to ensure long-term preservation of these analyses. Okay, so now it seems that we have found a solution with Guix to define and make sure that computing environment is reproducible. But will Guix effectively allow us to reproduce our analysis in the future? And also, can we provide a proof of concept that Guix will effectively in 2, 3, 4 years or in 10 years reproduce the analysis or the environment? So we wanted to build an environment that can be deployed anywhere and that can reproduce analysis not from our own but for previous researchers. So we went back to this figure, and what do we need to provide this proof of concept? We needed some raw data. Here I'm much more a cytometrist guy, so I needed some flow cytometry data, and we needed the analysis scripts. We also needed the metadata because without the metadata we cannot know what are the files are corresponding to. So we found one article that would fit these requirements. Actually, it was quite difficult to find one article that fitted well with the raw data and also the R script documented sufficiently that we can run the analysis from the start. And we also found that in the R script there was some R Markdown notebook that performed the analysis from the FCS file, the cytometry file, to an HTML output. So it was quite interesting because we had everything on only one script. This article was published 2 or 3 years ago, and the only limit was that it described well the packages it used, but not the versions, so we thought that they were using some versions in 2020. So we said, okay, let's make this R Markdown be compiled on a GitLab CI like it was compiled in 2020 with Guix. So we defined the manifest with all the packages used by the teams. The channel commit was found in 2020. And then we used the Guix time machine, the channel. Here it was still on environment when we started this project. So now you would read shell here and pack it into a Docker, into a container, upload the container on Docker, and then we have our computing environment. We need the full raw data, and here the problem was that raw data were on Flow repository and there's no API, so we had to download the FCS file, host it on a API or anything that can be downloaded by a GitLab CI, so on GitHub, and then we have our raw data. The instruction analyses are found on the R Markdown file, so it fetches with the GitHub of the paper, and we have our downstream analysis running on a GitLab CI. So the proof of concept is here. We have our raw data and also the computing environment, and we can reproduce the data from 2020. So, nice. Guix in fundamental and research and translational research is feasible, is usable, and can allow the reproducibility of analysis. And then, since the last year, I've started some other projects which are more focused on clinical research. And in clinical, and I was thinking, what about clinical research and transparency, and also in transparency about computing environments and how can we improve the transparency of analysis. So here it's it's not that different from the fundamental research, because you have an hypothesis, a clinical study that will start, either retrospective or prospective here with a drug study. You follow protocol, patients. There are some differences on principal investigator or local policies regarding patient management. And you obtain some raw data that are anonymized with some data about patient outcome or the thing that you measure regarding the protocol, and you have metadata. Scripts can be of analysis can be performed with R, and also results and conclusion. So how does it work? Usually protocol or etc. are well documented in clinicaltrial.gov. Clinical trial regulation ensure that everything follows the protocol. And here, mostly you have a paragraph on the paper that says, okay, it's available upon request, either the raw data or the analysis scripts, or I'm not talking about the computing environment. I think it's not really known. Thus, can we improve our practices like we did with the translational research? And thus, as performed with the reproducibility from 2020, here we used some repository to hub some anonymized CSV data, metadata. Also, the R scripts are saved on here. It's on GitLab, and the computing environment was also saved with a container that runs a pipeline on GitLab that produce the results, which means that when future doctors will read the paper, if they want to know exactly where do the results come from, they can see the results reports that are regularly opaque. So it's possible to do this in clinical research, and either the doctor or even it would benefit also for the population, so that they can see the raw results, and it would be less opaque. Okay, to conclude, so all this part, like experiment or clinical study, is unlikely to be 100% reproduced because of the difference on the experimental setting, and also regarding the clinical study. If you show that a treatment is better for a patient, you will never go back to a previous treatment. So it's unlikely that you reproduce or replicate phase 3 or anything, a study that shows a benefit for the patient. So this part, we know that it's difficult for reproducibility, replicability, or even if some say that it's not replicable, it's also because some experiment needs some experience, needs a lot of things that that only happens on the bench. For the raw data, the analysis, we have the repository. So here it seems to be fixed. And for the computing environment, we can now say that, from my point of view, it's the part of this cycle that is the most reproducible and the most replicable, and also the most transparent. Because with tools like Guix, we can show everything that happens when we compile an environment, and also using all the scripts and all the raw data, we can share also the results we obtain, the conclusions we draw from these observation, and also we can provide all these tools for other researchers to use our data, our environment, to maybe search for other hypotheses from our data. And thus, everyone can have more time to focus on interesting things. The only limit is the accessibility, because when I was in PhD, I had Simon Tournier that was hosting Guix on our computers, so it was quite easy to send him a mail and say, okay, it's broken, can you just please help me? So now I'm the only user in tour of Guix, and there are some difficulties with our computing machine. Okay, thank you for your attention. I would be glad to take your questions.
Is there any question?
Thank you for the talk. I would like to ask you, what about the most difficult things or points when you are adopting Guix? Or when you when you talk to your colleagues from the medical area, how do they react when you introduce them to Guix?
From the medical area, I would say that I think it's difficult to introduce them to Guix, because most of my colleagues are not really involved in all these analysis stuff. So I only can say them that there are some version or some differences that we can see. Maybe it would be it's something that we have to discuss, or maybe it's something that in which we should be focused on in the future. But in the medical area, it's difficult. But every time I speak with some other colleagues that are really involved in the analysis of clinical studies or anything, and I ask the same question as I was asked at a point, that, okay, is your environment really reproducible, replicable? And I show them the graph of dependencies here. They say, okay, we may have a problem, and then to introduce them to Guix, actually it's not really difficult, because once you have someone that is already used to the tool, it's quite easy to show them some lines to create the simple stuff I've done for this work.
And the difficult parts from when you were adopting?
Okay, the difficult part where error messages, because as I've shown you, I'm not really a computer engineer or really. I like to tweak or anything, but I'm not really. Don't really understand every time the message error when I use Guix or when there's a compiling error. And then the difficult part would be if you have no one next to you that can show you some debug things or simple stuff to start with.
Thank you for this nice overview of a practical example. Resurrecting older projects from years ago that are unmaintained with minimal effort is really amazing. So it's nice to see that it actually works. You are running then all the libraries and dependencies from 5 years ago, but you're still running the kernel from today. For your project, it might not matter much, but for others, it might. So it's not just a question for you, but maybe also for others in the room. Do you have to go the way of virtual machines, or are there other ways to make it even more robust or reproducible?
I'm not sure I understood the question, sorry.
So with Docker containers, the kernel that you're running is still the kernel from the host system, which is from today and not from when the project actually was submitted.
Okay. So here, of course, I think this is a point. Here it was... The point of the container was to show that by encapsulating most of the dependency, you could share something with another system that could run on any system. So this point is not really perfect for the kernel thing. Yes, I guess, but I don't know how we could improve that.
So in fact, the idea was to show that the issue is not container, but how you feed the container. And you say, okay, if you use Guix to feed the container, you can control exactly what you put inside. And we tried to show this point because a lot of people say Docker is a solution for reproducibility and so on. So now Guix is not fixing the issue with hardware because this is the question. And so for that, there is examples that for example, some library compile with hardware from now, but don't compile from old hardware or the contrary. And for that, we don't try to explore all the combination. But this is something that we collectively should try to do. In fact, to see what are the limitations about the impact of the hardware in my environment, as Konrad said this morning, because the boundary at some point for some library is not clear. What is the boundary between the hardware and the software? And we should be able to identify this one, to say, okay, this one we need to carry it and so on for a reproducibility perspective. So I don't know if I answer your question, but that's my opinion.
I think so, at least very clear. Thank you.
Is there other questions?
If you have time to answer non-Guix questions, so what is the outcome of your study? What is the problem with the antibiotics?
Okay. The outcome was that this antibiotic could block T-cell lymphocytes function, so they don't react against leukemias cells. And also the other part was that as we can expect from antibiotic, it shapes the gut microbiota, and these modifications of gut microbiota are also associated with dampened T cells, dampened anti-tumoral T cell functions.
Is there any question?
thank you for your talk. When you mentioned it was hard to find a paper that fit the requirements you put on, what was the reason for that? Was it because most papers just don't mention anything, or do they not archive the raw data? What was the reason?
It's a bit, it depends on the paper. Either you have the raw data, either you have a Git repository with some script that 3 or 4 lines that you cannot really take the raw data and run all the pipeline, the pipeline to get your results. Actually, it was quite difficult to find a paper in which you have all the raw data and all the analysis pipeline that they used for their work, because code is not well documented. I think mostly it's some scripts that are mostly to get some plots, not from the raw data but from a previous pipeline that are not shared. And in the other hand, it's just that you don't have the raw data, and you have to kindly ask the author to get the data.
Other questions? Okay, in fact, I have one last.
Yeah.
You've shown in your slides that you have set up your own channels, your own channel, Guix channel, with your own package. What are the reasons to not push them upstream?
Oh, okay, for the packages, yeah. What were the reasons for not pushing them upstream? It's because it was easier for me to implement these packages that were not upstream and to document them with this approach. If I had more time, I think, of course, it would be better to push this package upstream, and but it requires a bit of a time, and I didn't have this.
Okay. So it's a matter of resources.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, you submit some.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Mostly for the microbiome study, there were some packages missing, so I submitted some at a point, but when I had to implement some new analysis, when the paper is in revision, so it's like fire, so just have to make it work.
Okay.
And then
okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Nicolas. Thank you for both speakers, and this is the end of this session. As a reminder, there is an install party, a Guix install party starting from now, led by Simon, here in this room. So for those who are interested, stay here. And for the others, we'll be back tomorrow morning, starting from 8:30. See you.